Let me know when you're ready. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby called to order. Welcome to the people of the Virgin Islands, to the listening and viewing audience, locally and abroad. You're tuned in to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I want to start off by saying Happy World Children's Day. I knew you would smile for that one. So on this special day, let's reflect on the significance of children's rights and the well-being of those children worldwide. World Children's Day was established in 1954 and serves as a reminder of our shared responsibility to promote international togetherness, raise awareness around the world for our children, and to improve their welfare and reinforce children's rights. In 1959, the UN Assembly declared World Children's Rights of Child's Day, and in 1989, it was adopted by the Convention on the Rights of the Child. On November 18, coincidentally, we also had World Day for the Prevention of the Healing from Child Sexual Exploitation, which was adopted by the United Nations on November 7, 2022, and observed on November 18th every year thereafter, reaffirming our global commitment to the safety and well-being of our children from sexual exploitation. November also marks National Diabetes Month, and we turn our attention to the condition that significantly impacts our Virgin Islanders. Diabetes remains one of the top causes of death here in the territory, and we emphasize not only on the challenges, but the lives that are affected by diabetes and the critical importance of early detection and managing of this chronic illness. We also, this month, are going to have Thanksgiving, which is the hallmark of the month of November in the United States, and it's a time for families to gather together, to have a bountiful meal and express gratitude for each other. It is one of our most significant holidays, and Thanksgiving is a time to express the countless blessings in our lives, the love for family and friends, and the abundance that surrounds us. It's a day to acknowledge both the small and significant things or joys and challenges that we've actually overcome. Let us grow together and give thanks for life. But November is not just a well-known observance month, it's also a time for raising awareness on important issues. We will also want to recognize Virgin Islands Freedom Fighters Day, which is observed on November 23rd. We remember the seminal moment in our history, the St. John African Revolt of 1733, led by our forefathers who took on a brave stand against the cruelty of chattel slavery in the Danish West Indies, which is now our Virgin Islands. This revolt was not just an act of defiance, it was a beacon of hope. Our ancestors inspired us deeply with culture and an unyielding desire for freedom when they challenged that oppressive system. Let us honor their memory and continue their legacy of bravery and relentless pursuit for liberty. Act 6285 defines this Virgin Islands Freedom Fighters Day. And lastly, I wanted to make a statement before we move on. I wish to inform the participants, the attendees, and the listening public that today's hearing, unfortunately, had 3 blocks initially that were scheduled, and one of the blocks was removed. This change was due to the unavailability of the Department of Tourism, a critical contributor in our discussion for the planned segment. Block 3 was dedicated to a comprehensive exploration of the cultural dimensions and various observances in the Virgin Islands, such as the Crucian Christmas Festival, which will be upon us very soon, the St. Thomas Carnival, and the St. John 4th of July celebration. The aim of that block was to provide a historical overview on the cultural events, examining their evolution over years and identifying elements that have been lacking in today's observances, especially concerning the cultural heritage. The ultimate goal was to discuss and to promote the preservation and the revitalization of the cultural essence of these vital Virgin Islands observances. Some of the attendees that were supposed to be here, and hopefully we'll be able to have another hearing, but that would have been the Commissioner of Tourism. We also had scheduled Willa John, President of the Guardians of the Cultural Mokojumbis, Dr. Lauren Larson from the Department of Education and a Culture Bearer with Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, Vivian Eberson Fudd, President of the Crucian Christmas Organization, Sandra Gerard Leong, I hope I got that right, Co-President of the Crucian Christmas Organization, Stephanie Shalana Brown from the Department of Education, Division of Cultural Education, the Honorable Myron Jackson, President of the Virgin Islands Museum of Civic and Cultural Center, and Dr. Gilbert Sproul, former Senator at Large and Professor Emeritus of Linguistics and Cultural Projects, and several other esteemed cultural leaders and educators. I'm very disappointed in the Department of Tourism's unavailability for this important discussion, and I regret the inconvenience this cancellation may have caused, and I'm committed to rescheduling this important discussion at a later date. We will provide updated information as soon as it becomes available. Thank you for your understanding and your continued support in our endeavors to celebrate and preserve rich cultural heritage of the Virgin Islands. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll call?
I'm sorry. Apologies. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes Jr. present. We have a total of 6 present and 1 absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, there is. From Senator Milton E. Potter to the Honorable Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Chairman, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands 00802, dated November 20th, 2023. Dear Chairman Bolkes Jr., I will be absent from the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks meeting scheduled for Monday, November, he put 23rd, 2023. As I am currently outside of the territory, I ask to be recorded as excused from the meeting and wish you and the other committee members a productive meeting. Thank you in advance for your understanding and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that all of the correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark the Honorable Milton Potter as excused. Before we move forward, I would like to outline a few housekeeping rules. Please put your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would ask testifiers to please consistently identify themselves by name and title before speaking so that our in-house stenographers are able to account for today's meeting accurately. I would also like to remind testifiers in attendance who are virtually, I don't think we have any. I see someone in the St. Thomas chambers. Okay, so she would be fine. My comment would have been for Teams, but I don't think we have anyone on Teams. So we are gonna move forward, and I would like to say good morning to the children museums of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix and St. Thomas District. It is so good to have both of you here with us today to have this very important discussion on our children, our future, and especially some of the things that you all have been doing concerning that extracurricular activity, and in some cases, parents who may not have after-school programs and such, they heavily depend on what you do for our community. So I want to first off say thank you for being here and taking the time out of your busy schedules to share with us what you have been doing pertinent to any successes or even your challenges as well. So I would ask each of you to please state your name and title before we move forward, beginning with Ms. Hoheb.
Good morning. My name is Chantel Hoheb. I am the Executive Director of Operations and Development at the Virgin Islands Children's Museum.
One moment. Media Division, could you please recognize the microphone of the testifier, please? Ms. Hirsh.
Good morning. My name is Ellie Hirsh. I'm the President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix.
Thank you. And over to our St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good morning. My name is Amber McCammon. I am the Executive Director of Facilities and Programs at the Virgin Islands Children's Museum.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to start off, being that we're in the St. Croix District, I would want to start off with the St. Croix Children's Museum to please put their testimony on the record.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure that the PowerPoint.
Oh, I apologize. I may have went a bit too fast. Madam Clerk, could you please read the agenda into the record?
Yes. Members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair. The Honorable Samuel Carrion. The Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger. The Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr. The Honorable Franklin D. Johnson. And the Honorable Milton E. Potter. And this is from Angel Bolkes Jr., Chairman, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Date October 18, 2023. Official agenda, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks hearing Monday, November 20th, 2023 at 10 a.m. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks has set a hearing for Monday, November 20th, 2023 at 10 a.m. at the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. The committee will hear testimonies and updates on two vital areas during this hearing. The first part of the hearing will focus on youth with the children's museums, discussing their operations, achievements, and challenges while highlighting their role in community engagement and cultural enrichment. In the second part, attention will shift to aging and disability compliance and rights, where experts will provide important data and insights into the current state of disability rights and accessibility in the Virgin Islands. Block 1. Block 1 of the hearing focuses on examining the operations, accomplishments, challenges, and social significance of children's museums in the Virgin Islands. This hearing will delve into management and social impacts, address the hurdles they face, and underscore their importance in fostering community engagement and cultural enrichment within the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Chantel Hoheb, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Children's Museum, Ellie Hirsh, President of the Virgin Islands of the Children's Museums of St. Croix. I apologize. And this concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair. And
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we would move over to the President Hirsh for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Senator Bolkes Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, Honorable Senators of the Committee, other Honorable Senators of the 35th Legislature, Senate staff, and fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. First, I'd like to thank the legislative body for the allocation in the 2024 budget for the Children's Museum of St. Croix. Your support is immensely appreciated, and thank you so much for that. It is an honor and privilege to have the opportunity to talk with you about the Children's Museum of St. Croix, to describe our mission and activities, and to share our successes and challenges. I was asked to testify on the operations, accomplishments, challenges, social significance, and impact of children's museums in the Virgin Islands. And as you mentioned earlier, it's very fitting that today is been designated by the United Nations as World Children's Day, for every child, every right. And actually one of those rights listed in the rights is opportunity to play, and that children need opportunities to play. In my testimony today, I'll focus on three major points. That the Children's Museum is an interactive, hands-on experience for children that enhances creativity, problem solving, and learning. 2, that the Children's Museums provide value to the community by fostering community engagement and cultural enrichment, contributing to the growth and development of children, and offering a place for family bonding. And 3, that the Children's Museum of St. Croix does not have a museum home yet. We are actively working towards acquiring one, while at the same time setting up at community events, our own events, schools, summer camps, to provide a learning space for children and families. So what is the Children's Museum, and what is the Children's Museum of St. Croix? The Children's Museum of St. Croix is a 501c3 nonprofit organization operated solely by a board of dedicated and passionate volunteers. We're in the process of hiring a part-time director. Our mission is to provide a multifaceted, interactive, creative space for children and families to discover a variety of learning opportunities inherent in play. The Children's Museum is a hands-on museum designed for children to interact with displays and manipulate materials that provide opportunities to explore, create, learn, and have fun, unlike other museums with displays only or similar no-touch museums. As children are exposed to experiences that engage and challenge them in creative expression, exploration, experimentation, and discovery, they are learning about science, math, engineering, technology, literacy, and the arts. They're also learning and developing self-confidence, self-regulation, and cooperation, thus enhancing their social emotional skills. The Children's Museum provides an opportunity to promote a sense of wonder, creativity, a problem-solving attitude, and joy. Children are learning many things at once, generally different from a typical school experience that separates the day into subjects. For example, while building with ramps and balls, like this little guy, they are learning how gravity and motion work, how to position the ramp so that the ball will continue to roll, how to create ramps to make the ball go faster or slower, how to build stable supports for the ramps, how to use 2 shorter ones to make a longer one, and how to interact and work cooperatively, all at the same time, here learning science, math, engineering, language, and social skills. At the Children's Museum, children can follow their own interests for as long as they desire, and concentration lasts, providing whatever time is needed for skills to develop. There is no failure in the Children's Museum. The Children's Museum of St. Croix chose to begin as a pop-up museum at community events and at our own scheduled events so that we could use initial resources to immediately engage with and provide outreach to the community. Our first event was at the 2017 Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, in which we've participated every year since. Each year, the demand and number of families visiting has increased. We went from 400 square feet of activities under a tent the first year to 3,000 square feet of tent activities at the last 2 fairs. That same year, we held another event as part of the St. George Botanical Gardens Christmas Spoken Here celebration. From 2018 until February 2020, we held 19 pop-ups throughout St. Croix until we were prevented from holding in-person events due to the COVID epidemic. During that time, we sent out multiple emails to our families with activities and links to websites providing ideas of hands-on learning activities to do at home. Since the summer of 2021, we conducted 27 pop-ups, with the most recent at Fort Frederick entitled Jumbies in the Fort. At the last 2 agriculture and food fairs, where approximately 500 children attended, the Children's Museum created theme tents in addition to our typical play spaces. I don't know if any of you were there to see in person, but the first one was entitled Dinosaur Explore, and it provided children and families with multiple activities in which to engage, such as going on a dinosaur dig as a paleontologist, comparing the size of their footprints to a triceratops footprint, creating fossils, building dinosaurs with bones, to name a few. At the most recent fair, the theme tent entitled The Sea Around Us engaged children and families in such activities as building a coral reef, cleaning the ocean of debris, comparing their size to that of a leatherback turtle, viewing a diorama of a turtle nest, exploring a touch tank with live sea creatures with a marine biologist, making molds of corals to observe their textures, to name a few. At the next Agriculture and Food Fair, I hope you'll all visit us, our theme will focus on weather and climate change and the impact on the Virgin Islands. In the spring of 2022, the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands funded our Countdown to Kindergarten program, designed to facilitate kindergarten readiness skills and close developmental gaps of at-risk 4-year-olds by offering holistic play-based learning activities and supporting and enhancing caregivers' skills as children's first teachers. So children attended with a family caregiver, a parent, a grandparent, an auntie, who participated in activities with their child. Time was also allocated for adults to meet in a workshop format to learn parenting skills and about community resources. In the fall of 2022, we offered follow-up meetings to participating families through educational field trips at settings around the island that many had not had the opportunity to experience. Surveys and conversations with families indicated that both they and their children gained valuable experiences from their participation, and that these experiences helped their children to be successful in kindergarten. And I just want to make a side note. At the grocery store, I ran into a parent who was one of the participants. Her son is now in 2nd grade and on the honor roll, so we're very, very proud of his success, and we're thrilled to have been part of his experience. We know that when children enter kindergarten with the skills that prepare them to succeed, they're more likely to read on grade level by 3rd grade and graduate from high school and go on to college or enter the workforce. It is our hope that we'll find funding to replicate the Countdown to Kindergarten program because of the positive outcomes for children and families. What are the benefits of children's museums and the Children's Museum of St. Croix? The Children's Museum of St. Croix supports what research tells us about how children learn. It supports the Piagetian view that children learn best through active involvement with their environment and firsthand concrete experiences. Vygotsky's concept of learning as a social and shared experience with parents who scaffold children's learning, and Gardner's view that children learn through multiple modalities or intelligences. Additionally, research points to the importance of children's museums across the country in supporting the power of play as critical when it comes to childhood learning and brain development. The Children's Museum of St. Croix understands that play is like a workout for the brain, building and strengthening the brain's prefrontal cortex, that part of the brain that acts as the problem solver, creator, social emotional moderator, and plan maker. The evidence continues to grow that play is the best way for children to learn and flourish. Play is learning. In the area of education and learning, the Children's Museum of St. Croix provides interactive and hands-on exhibits that engage children in learning through play. By providing a stimulated, engaging environment, we foster a love of learning, curiosity, and critical thinking skills. The Children's Museum exposes children to a variety of topics and themes in interesting and accessible ways that can stimulate children's interests and passions for future learning and perhaps future careers. When children are motivated to learn and achieve, they're more likely to remain focused on goals and become more successful. The Children's Museum of St. Croix promotes literacy by offering gently used books, from board books to chapter books, to children at all our events. It began as my hobby and has been incorporated into one of the features of the Children's Museum. To date, we have distributed over 24,000 books. We have participated in the University of Virgin Islands Literacy Festival, where children write and illustrate their own books, and we set up story walks related to our learning themes. They're doing up there. In the areas of social emotional development, The Children's Museum incorporates social and cooperative activities that encourage children to develop social skills. Through collaborative play, children learn to share, take turns, and resolve conflicts. These experiences help children build positive relationships, develop empathy, and enhance their social emotional well-being. They develop patience, determination, and enthusiasm as they participate and explore. Since exhibits and activities are designed for children to succeed at multiple developmental levels, children gain self-confidence. For example, a 4-year-old will use the same objects differently than a 10-year-old, yet they will both gain cognitively from the experience, as well as build their self-esteem and confidence in their own abilities. Perhaps the most significant contribution of the Children's Museum is that it offers families a chance to engage in constructive learning and fun activities together. Parents and caregivers actively participate in their child's learning and exploration, strengthening family bonds and creating lasting memories. As parents are critical and important teachers of their children, the Children's Museum provides opportunities for families to see their child as competent, for them to see themselves as instrumental in their child's development and learning, and for ways to strengthen their parent-child relationship. Further, adults benefit from visiting children's museums as children unwittingly give pointers on how to be more open-minded, free-thinking, creative, and playful. Play has similar effects on adults as children. Adults need playtime to relax and recharge, something we don't always do for ourselves. That's an aside. Studies have shown that pretend play is positively correlated with divergent thinking, storytelling, and emotional regulation in all ages. Lifelong play is good for our physical and emotional health. Thus, the Children's Museum enhances the quality of life of the community by providing a space for such family learning and bonding to occur. Additionally, the Children's Museum often features exhibits and activities that celebrate local history, culture, diversity, and the environment. By showcasing different traditions, customs, and perspectives, the museum promotes cultural understanding and appreciation among museum visitors. We have featured local musicians and exploration of local musical instruments and local jumbis. We incorporate items from the natural environment into our activities such as shacks and calabash and the sea around us. Regarding community engagement, the Children's Museum of St. Croix has partnered with the University of the Virgin Islands, EPSCoR program and Literacy Festival, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife, East End Marine Park, Libraries, Archives, and Museums, St. Croix Environmental Association, VI Guardians of Culture, St. George Botanical Gardens, Sandy Point Turtle Preserve, and Department of Agriculture. We have been supported by the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands, the St. Croix Community Foundation, VI Council on the Arts, and VI Lottery. The Liberty Foundation has supported us with funding and volunteers. Ocean Point Terminals has provided support, as well as other businesses, foundations, and private donors. These partnerships have enriched our community events outreach to children. We currently have a cadre of fabulous community members who contribute to the museum through volunteering, sharing their expertise, and participating in pop-up events, fostering a sense of pride and ownership in the community. What do we see as our future? Our ultimate goal is to establish a permanent home for the museum, a building and grounds designed to enable us to achieve our mission, to provide a multifaceted, interactive, creative space for children and families to discover a variety of learning opportunities inherent in play. The Children's Museum of St. Croix will continue to provide direct hands-on experiences that are foundational to our model. As research tells us, that children's optimal learning occurs through play, manipulation of objects, materials, and interaction with others. A home for the Children's Museum will allow us to offer many more enriching experiences and opportunities. We'll be able to set up our special themed exhibits and create more in a museum home. We will be able to include technology that is not available to us in a pop-up format. Without a building, the museum was forced to rent space to hold our 20 Countdown to Kindergarten program. This is the type of programming that the Children's Museum is hoping to provide to the community in the future. Ongoing activities that do not lend themselves to a pop-up format, yet can enrich the lives of children and families within a museum space. These may include ongoing activities for infants and toddlers, such as Tot Time, or special classes like robotics, or puppet making with a show to culminate the experience, to name a few. A museum space will enable us to collaborate with schools and educators to complement classroom learning by offering field trip opportunities that align with curriculum standards and provide students with hands-on experiences that reinforce teaching goals. Once the Children's Museum has a museum home, it can serve as a community hub of learning and community building by hosting events, workshops, and programs that bring residents together. It is anticipated that the museum will expand its collaborative relationships with local organizations, schools, childcare centers, experts, and artists to provide enriching experiences for children and families, as we have been doing in our pop-up activities. Our goal is to have both a museum building and outdoor space in which to include nature paths, gardens, and outdoor learning experiences. We have an advantage being in the Caribbean as opposed to stateside museums, where we can use outdoor space year-round, whereas other children's museums have soundproof rooms for musical exploration. We can establish a music and sound garden pavilion along our nature trails. Outdoors, we hope to establish a weather station, butterfly garden, and natural playground as well. So what are our greatest challenges? In response to your query, these have to do with funding. Funding to acquire and maintain a museum's home and the staff to support it, and our ongoing activities. Funding to replicate our successful Countdown to Kindergarten program and to provide other special programs. In closing, the children's museums are essential community entities that have the potential to provide hands-on learning opportunities for children and families. And it is our hope and intention of the Children's Museum of St. Croix to acquire a museum home in which we can provide enriching experiences while at the same time continue to provide outreach in the community. Thank you very much. I am prepared to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hirsh. And now for Executive Director Hoheb for your testimony. Executive Director, will you be doing a presentation first and then reading in the testimony?
Together.
Together?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning again. My name is Chantel Hoheb, and I'm the Executive Director of Operations and Development at the VI Children's Museum. What's interesting is you'll notice we're both Executive Directors. We literally had a board meeting yesterday and changed our titles just so there was, it made more sense to people that we were reaching out to. I want to say good morning again. Thank you to everyone listening. Thank you, Senator Bolquist, for inviting us here today. And let me know if I do anything out of protocol. I'm not really up on the protocol of the legislature, so feel free to correct me. I had to get dressed this morning here.
Well, if you're your father's daughter, I think you'll do well.
Well, I'm not in this case. I ain't going to embarrass him. I hope not. So I joined the team. Well, I wanted to thank Ellie Hirsh for laying that amazing foundation for children's museums. We are on the same path, and I support you getting a home because we need a children's museum on all islands.
I support your growth. We definitely are on the same page.
Thank you. So I joined the museum in August of 2020 when we were shut down for COVID. I'm not sure how many people got jobs during the pandemic, but I did, which was interesting. They called me and asked if I would consider being executive director, and since then it's been a huge learning experience, which is great because children's museums are about lifelong learning, and I am still learning in this position. Today, I want to tell you a little about our museum and our programs. I'm going to give you details about the programs themselves later in the testimony. And if you have access to the internet and you're watching at home, you can also visit our website at vichildrensmuseum.org for more information. Before I begin, I wanted to thank my co-director, Amber McCammon, who is in St. Thomas, for her amazing work at the museum. We would not be open right now if it wasn't for her and her pushing. And I also have to thank our amazing staff. I'd like to recognize Zenaida Rogers, our staff manager, and our museum floor and front desk associates, Tashima Walwin, Amoy Smith, Marianelli Colon, Shamoy Ogaro, and Ashante Alexander. We literally couldn't do anything if we didn't have our amazing staff. Amber and I are directors and have much more administrative tasks, but these folks run the museum. They keep it safe, they keep it clean for our visitors. I also wanted to thank our board president, Alexander David, for sticking in with us, and he's there to help with tech stuff when we need. He's there to offer encouragement, to work fundraising events, and again, Saturday, we literally just voted in some new board officers, so there's a lot of internal changes going on, so we hope that that's just gonna help launch us into the growth that I see coming for the Children's Museum. The Virgin Islands Children's Museum, affectionately known as the VICM, is a nonprofit organization located on the island of St. Thomas, which provides a space for untraditional learning and multiple free programs to children and families living on all islands within the territory. It is the mission of the VICM to bring children and families together in an interactive educational space where dynamic play inspires a love of learning. The VI Children's Museum was founded in 2015 by Sarah Hughes and Sarah Erickson, we call them the Sarahs, with the help of many dedicated friends and volunteers, and not without the naysayers and some pushback from the community. It is important to understand, before these children's museums were set up, if you hadn't left the territory and visited one, we had no idea what a children's museum was. So I really appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to share about what we do today. So there are actually under 400 children's museums in the entire United States. And I'm gonna say that again. There are under 400 children's museums in the United States, and I love when someone visits our museum and go, oh my gosh, we don't even have one in our town. And I'm like, yeah, well, we have one in St. Thomas. So again, I can't wait till you're boasting that we have one in St. Croix as well. The museum doors opened, even though it was founded in 2015, the doors opened in the Grand Galleria building in 2016, located in downtown Charlotte Amalie. A beautiful location. You could see it had a lot of work to be done to it to make it what it was. We serve a multicultural and multinational community of VI families and educators, as well as welcome visitors from around the world. A year after opening, the museum was flooded and most of the exhibits were destroyed after losing the roof to hurricanes Irma and Maria. As parents were struggling with no power, schools were still damaged and life seemed to be at a standstill. The Sarahs and their team got to work to create an interim location in Buccaneer Mall. That's the museum's second location build-out, to provide a space for families to learn through play, while their traditional learning was still in recovery from the storms. We all know this caused further setbacks amongst students, both socially and academically, but it was very important to the Sarahs to, as you can see how basic this space is, they just wanted to have a place families can come in that weird post-hurricane time, and I think it was so impactful for them. So I did want to note that this is the first time we have been invited to the Senate, and I appreciate your support. Never before has the Children's Museum received government funding, so thank you again for including us in the budget. This was absolutely amazing, and I think when you all put your stamp of approval on something like that, it makes other Virgin Islanders look and go, hey, maybe I need to pay attention. So thank you for using your influence in that way. We were recovering after the storm and set up an interim location, but also at the end of 2017, the VI Children's Museum became the USVI affiliate for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library program. I think we all know Dolly. But we don't know that the Imagination Library program is available here in the USVI. And that was thanks to the help of Sarah Bryn and the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands. We still run the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library program, even if we don't have money behind it, because early childhood literacy is that important to us. So if that money has to come out of our basic operating costs, it does. I am happy to say last year we did get some funding from the governor to cover the year before, you know, the money that we paid for the program before, so that helped a lot. It wasn't the full amount, but it was something. The VICM is a member of the Association of Children's Museums, the Museums Association of the Caribbean, and we are an allied member of the USVI Hotel and Tourism Association. We are the first children's museum in the territory, and currently the only one with a physical location. We are still considered a small and emerging museum, and we have endured through multiple closures and restructuring due to multiple natural disasters, 2 Category 5 hurricanes and a pandemic. In 2019, we moved into our current home in Buccaneer Mall, the museum's 3rd build-out in 3 years. And I don't know if you've seen the museum, but it's not an easy thing to build that out.
It's wonderful.
That year, we received funding from Princess Cruises Community Foundation to run our free field trip program, a very successful program that even covered the transportation costs for visiting school groups to the museum. The museum closed in April of 2020 due to the COVID-19 shutdown and reopened in October. We managed to maintain all our employees through the shutdown, and we're fortunate enough to not experience any COVID scares that would have caused us to halt operations. No one got sick. We were very fortunate because some parents are very reliant on us to get some of those kids' energies out at the end of the day. The museum exhibit space consists of over 3,000 square feet, currently showcasing stream-based interactive hands-on exhibits, as well as rotating pop-up exhibits, demonstrations, and community events. Stream is basically an upgraded version of STEM. So the VI Children's Museum has added reading and arts to it. So we have science, technology, reading, engineering, arts and humanities, and mathematics. Exhibits that highlight and celebrate Caribbean culture, people, places, and local natural resources are the cornerstone of our Caribbean culture. Are the cornerstone of our exhibit curation. We are open 6 days a week, Tuesday to Sunday. Our operating hours are 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., with the last visitor permitted 30 minutes before closing, and on Sundays we open 11 to 4 p.m. Our newest, let me see if okay, I see. Okay, so this is actually the build out of our 3rd location. You can see in the back there where the playground.
Director, we want you to stick to the testimony and those things. You can, yes.
Yes, sir.
Please and thank you.
Definitely. Okay, so where are we now? Operating hours. Okay, our newest exhibit.
The Mango Farm.
Our newest exhibit is the Mango Farm to Market, sponsored by Alpine Securities, which was completed and opened in July 2021. That exhibit costs over $200,000 to build and install. Our visiting learners don't care about how much it costs, though, or how many times we have to replace exhibit parts. They focus on picking mangoes, planting them, and selling them in our mango market. The Mango Farm is one of our exhibits that highlights almost all of the stream-based concepts. Even parents enjoy it. Some of the other exhibits include a Taina Bohio, our super popular water table, a rigmajig, a light room, and of course, an indoor playground. Our organization runs multiple outreach and on-site programs that reach underserved families with children. The VICM administers and has administered programs such as Toddler Tuesday, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, Museums for All, our Cultural Ambassador Program, the Blue Star Museums, our At-Home Discover Kit, and the extremely successful Teen Time program. I will get back to the program details later in the testimony. We are currently looking for support to launch our robotics and engineering program, starting with a monthly workshop for children 8 to 13 years of age. The VICM constantly gets requests to participate in community events, and we're happy to have attended the Afternoon on the Green, the Slider Showdown, USVI Festival events in 2023, Tutu Park Mall's back to school and holiday gift giving events, as well as the Harvest Festival and UVI's Energy Fair. And we do all of this free of charge. The VI Children's Museum hosts and facilitates in-house community events such as Youth Art Month, Story Time with Grandma, Santa's Gift Giveaway, and most recently, we had our first free community day of play since COVID. We've also worked with Reichel Center to host an In the Yard cultural pop-up where the RCA team provided traditional games for our visitors to play with and experience. We've also held bambula and storytelling workshops. Sorry. Those are a little girl learning to do a bambula head wrap in that workshop, and some of our story time photos. The VICM is always happy to host some of our librarians for a story time when the library is closed or may be unavailable for use. Our curated collection of books in our book nook is a great place for young readers to find something that interests them in a cool and comfortable setting. Historically, the VICM has mainly survived on corporate contributions, grants, and donations from amazing members of our community. As I said earlier, this is the first year we are included in the budget, and we are very grateful to you all for that. We are currently rebuilding our board and looking for more volunteers to whom our mission is important and who share our enthusiasm for learning through play and early childhood development. Part of our plan moving forward is to diversify our funding. With an extremely small team, our focus has been running the museums and our programs, and sometimes we can fall short of finding the funding that we need. I'm happy to say that we finally have a grant writer, and we are currently getting her up to speed on what the VICM is all about. Each senator should have received a one-pager of ours featuring QR codes that take you to information on our programs, visitor numbers, exhibits, and more. Just in case you don't know how to access the QR code, you got it. You just put your camera over it, and a link will pop up, and you can go to those options. Most recently, I am happy to announce that from January to October 23rd, From January to October 2023, we have already surpassed our previous year's visitors numbers, which were our highest since opening. In 2022, we had 9,989 visitors. This year, from January to October, we have 11,504 people that we have welcomed to the museum so far. So we're already doing better, and we keep picking up year after year, which is great. And that number includes both school groups, summer camps, member families that come during the weekend, after school. We also have visitors, we also welcome visitors who plan their vacation months in advance with the Children's Museum on their itinerary. Like, we have kids, we have to go to the Children's Museum. The VI Children's Museum, this is just another graph of our visitation, broken down by general admission, groups, museums for all, etc. And then this is specifically the Museum for All visitation from 2018 to 2022. And I'll tell you more about what Museums for All is in a bit. The VI Children's Museum is in constant need of financial support, meaning if you see that we receive a grant or a big donation, we probably still need more to run our programs, especially at this phase that we are now, where we're just about to feel the growth and get so many programs going, and we're just like waiting for that funding. In 2022, our operating budget was over $500,000. The majority of our funding going to rent, utilities, staffing, insurance, and other operational expenses. Although our programming costs money, it's important to remember our physical museum and our interactive exhibits are our main program, and they must be supported so we can remain to act as a resource to our community. Now I'll tell you a little bit about our programs. So Toddler Tuesday takes place every Tuesday from 10:30 to 11:15 at the VICM, located in Buccaneer Mall. Early learners and caregivers explore age-appropriate, stream-based learning concepts via arts and crafts, fine motor skills development activities, movement and music exploration, science experiments, sensory play, and much more. If you are a member, you do not have to pay to get into the museum. However, regular admission rates apply if you are coming for Toddler Tuesday. Our regular museum admission is $10 a person for everyone 2 years old and up. People under 2 do not pay to come to the museum. We also have memberships for different family sizes. For instance, our 4-person family membership is just $185 for the entire year. We offer a 10% discount for senior citizens, veterans, and military personnel. The VICM also offers a group rate for school or student groups of 10 or more people. So when a class visits, they don't pay the regular admission rate. Next is I'll talk about Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. It is an early childhood book gift giving program that mails free, high-quality books to children from birth until they begin school at age 5, no matter the family's income. Families receive a free book monthly to read to their little ones, creating the social bonds and laying a great foundation for their child's development. You can sign up for this program on our website or in the museum. It's important to remember that while the books are free to participants, they are not free. The VI Children's Museum covers the cost of this program, as I said, even when we don't have the financial backing to do so. Early childhood literacy is that important to us. When you sign up, if you are able, you can choose to pay for the program, which is less than $30 a year for one child. Or you can actually gift it to a family member. This will help the museum cover the cost for families who have the greatest need. Since the inception of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library program, we have graduated 1,003 children out of the program. Our number changes monthly because new children register and some graduate. However, in September of 2023, we had 918 children registered in the territory. 550 in St. Croix, 28 in St. John, and 320 in St. Thomas. I bet you guys were expecting more in St. Thomas, right? But we have more registered in St. Croix. And that actually has to do with a nurse who works in the maternity unit. She signs children up as soon as they're born. So I don't even know her name, but thank you, nurse, if you're listening.
Do too, automatically.
Oh, it's amazing.
Infants and toddlers, I know.
The VICM is happy to administer the Museums for All program, a signature access program of the Association of Children's Museums and the Institute of Museum and Library Services to encourage families of all backgrounds and economic status to visit museums regularly and build lifelong museum habits. The program enables families who receive food stamps to visit the VI Children's Museum for a reduced admission rate of $2 a person with the presentation of a valid SNAP EBT card. With one card, 4 people can receive reduced admission to the museum. The MFA is part of the VICM's broad commitment to include and welcome all. We are happy to announce that we finally have support for this program again from VINGN, who is currently sponsoring the MFA program. which not only will help us cover the shortfall for that reduced emission, but will help us put marketing dollars behind the program and get the message out to more low-income families that we are here for them to explore, play, and discover together. The Virgin Islands Children's Museum is also a Blue Star Museum. The Blue Star Museum program offers free admission to active duty military personnel and their families each summer from Armed Forces Day in May through Labor Day in September. This free admission program is available to those currently serving in the U.S. military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, as well as members of the Reserves, National Guard, U.S. Public Health Commission Corps, and NOAA Commission Corps. So that is the active duty member plus 5 members of their family can get in for free because we are a museum, a Blue Star museum. Our at-home discovery kits, Our at-home discovery kit program was created in 2020 during the COVID shutdown. When the community couldn't come to the museum decided to go to them. Kits were created with themes such as water quality testing, earth science, and measuring your mental health. Kits include science and art activities to help keep children engaged at home. The quality of the kits and how many we can distribute are dependent on the financial support we get for the kits or donated items from other community organizations. Our largest distribution took place in 2021 when we partnered with the MCH division at the VI Department of Health under the Project Launch program, whose goal is to support a deeper attention to children's mental health and emotional well-being. We were able to distribute 2,000 kits to children throughout the territory with the help of community organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club of St. Thomas and St. John, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, the Department of Health MCH clinics, Head Start and Human Services, St. Thomas and St. Croix, and the Salvation Army. We have other partners for our Discovery Kit program, but those were the ones we used for the MCH, that kit that we used. Those kits included the Project Launch kits that we did included a calendar with a fun and engaging design that instructed children and families on how to measure and communicate about their mental health. As you can see, we included seeds and dirt that we got from the Department of Agriculture as well, so that they can actually grow a food-bearing plant at home. And so they were encouraged to grow those as well as measuring their mental health while you're measuring the growth of your plant. We have since, so Youth Art Month. Okay, here we are. Youth Art Month is celebrated nationally in March, and in the USVI has celebrated for the last 15 years. The VI Children's Museum is proud to be the host of this art appreciation program on St. Thomas. Youth Art Month is a celebration of visual arts. It encourages support for quality school art programs and promotes art material safety. The Council for Art Education administers the program at the national level. The program provides a medium for recognizing skills developed through visual art experiences, unlike any other curriculum subjects, including problem solving, creativity, observation, and communication. Support for Youth Art Month USVI is growing, and with it, we hope to grow the support for our art educators. Currently, there are too many schools without art teachers or art programs. And when they do have art teachers, they usually have a hard time acquiring quality supplies for their classes and mostly have to purchase supplies themselves, which, as we know, is another impossible task on their salaries. This year, we hosted a phenomenal student art exhibition at the VI Children's Museum with over 400 pieces from students on St. Thomas and St. John. This was our third year hosting the exhibit, and welcoming students for free art tours thanks to our YAM sponsors. I found out during opening night of the exhibit that my own little cousins who attend Bowski Elementary didn't have an art teacher and therefore couldn't submit any work into the exhibit. The disappointment on their little faces broke my heart. So it's definitely something we have to work on for next Youth Art Month. We have to do better for our little ones. If our administration won't support our teachers, children's museums are happy to step in and try to do so. I worked for the Department of Tourism for 7.5 years. And one of the main things I learned is that if you can accomplish a project without resources, you are more than likely to never receive assistance for those projects. They're like, well, you could do it, keep doing it.
Oh, gosh.
Unless, it becomes popular to do so.
Right, yeah.
So what happens? Things never get done, and then the community complains about not having things for our children. It's a ridiculous cycle, I think, that can easily be broken with some consideration and communication amongst us stakeholders. We have to do better for our children. We can't wait to support artists, athletes, or academics after they've made it big. It is our job as community leaders to provide the tools and resources for all VI children to set them on a path to do great things. The VICM's Teen Time program was a collaborative effort between educators from the University of the Virgin Islands and life coaches from Elevate We. What was supposed to be a summer program ended up taking place from October 2022 to March 2023 due to issues with the administration of the grant. Teen Time took place on select Fridays during the month from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the museum. It was only for children 12 and up. No smaller children were invited because we needed to provide this time and space specifically for teens to focus on their development. As you know, many teens don't look at themselves as children, so our name, the VI Children's Museum, can put them off sometimes. So it was really important for us to have a teen-specific time. During our Teen Time game nights, students would walk to the museum or arrive with their parents, teachers, or group leaders to enjoy food and drinks before they got into some undirected play. Students could participate in self-exploration through fun and interactive interactive games led by Elevate We. They could also learn strategy games such as Mancala and Dominoes, in addition to receiving math tutoring from Dr. Adam Parr and peer educators from UVI. Students could also choose to just relax and socialize in our Taino Bohio. We welcomed over 700 people to our Teen Time game nights, and to watch the change in many of these students still gives me goosebumps. They could barely look at, much less talk to other teens when we first started the program. Watching the friends that were created during our game nights still makes me emotional, and I often think about what those teens are doing now and if they have any other positive programs to participate in. The game nights started off a little slow, and then teens started to tell their friends and classmates about it. We even got the schools and Department of Education to share the flyer and encourage more students to participate in this free program. We would see new students and parents each game night. Some of our teens were on the spectrum and still benefited from our game night environment. They were embraced by all the other teens, whereas in other times and in some school environments, those students may be separated from or ignored by peers their own age. I want to thank this body, especially Senator Bolquist and his staff, for the invitation to share with you some of what the VI Children's Museum has done and continue to do in our community. Today, we heard from Ellie from the Children's Museum of St. Croix, and again, I think you're a great organization, and I support you finding a home as soon as possible. Ellie spoke to us about the importance of play, and it is the foundation of most children's museums. However, I do want it known that all children's museums are not the same. They are supposed to be reflections of their particular community. I'm just trying to find my space so I could stay on. Okay. Okay. Yes, so again, all children's museums can be varied, and your children's museum, when you get a home, may be different from our children's museum. So for instance, because we know St. Thomians, Crucians, St. Jonians, we're all different in the best possible way. So while the VICM may have a stream-based museum, a children's museum in St. John may develop a more environmentally focused program, because that's what St. John offers, you know? So again, it's very targeted. It should be targeted and serve the population where they are at. Thank you again for your time. I now welcome your questions about the VICM and our programming. Anything I may be not able to answer, maybe my counterpart in St. Thomas would help me out. And if I can't get any answers from her, we will get back to you with any answers that we have. Thank you again.
Excellent, and thank you both for very thorough testimonies. I got to say that you use your father child. And again, you know, we want to thank both of you for the work that you do in our community. Ms. Hoheb, the Virgin Islands Children's Museum, for the resilience that you've had to overcome. Both of you for COVID-19 and the pandemic, and still here with us today, giving opportunities for our young people. Ms. Hoheb, the Toddler Tuesday, even the Teen Time program, which I've participated with several times, my wife and I and our young child. We've came there and had an excellent time at the museum. Looking forward to doing that more and more often. And of course, President Hirsh, for your organization, which is more so of a pop-up organization nevertheless, but you have also contributed to this community in so many ways in helping to shape our young people. So thank you for all of the work that you've been doing as well. We're gonna go into a 4-minute round, and the order will be Vice President Blyden will be first, President Francis Jr. second, Senator Johnson third, Senator Francis Heileger fourth, and Senator Carrion fifth. And if any other members come, then we'll accordingly set those individuals in line. So before we start with Vice President Blyden, I wanted to ask a couple questions really quickly. And I wanted to start off with President Hirsh. You know, how do you manage, being that you have a pop-up model? You know, I feel like that's such a challenging thing to do with your pop-up model, to be able to operate and provide, you know, these programs for these young people. What is the modus operandum there? Like, how do you create these programs? Are they directly linked to some sort of curriculum that you follow? How do you get that done?
It's a lot, very work. Oh, Ellie Hirsh, president of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. It is very work intensive as far as, you know, carrying tables and chairs and all our equipment and everything from place to place. But one of the things when we were first talking to people about wanting to establish a children's museum, a lot of people, and as Chantel also mentioned, people didn't know what it was. And people had no idea what we're talking about. Children, you know, what's a children's museum? You're going to display children's art. Everybody thought it was we're going to display children's artwork. And I say, no, it's hands-on. So that's when we decided we would start by doing pop-ups and invite the community to come or be there at other community events. So, you know, we were at Christmas Spoken Here, Mango Melee, and Agriculture Fair, and then we set up some of our own. You know, at the fort, we've been at Limerick Park, we've just been all over the place. And I think people are starting to get the idea of what a children's museum can be. And so people now are coming to us and saying, so where are you located? And I'm have to say, well, for now, right here, you know, because we don't really have a place. But for us, it seemed to be the way to get started, to be able to gather community support to see what is a children's museum. You know, so when we started with it, when we started doing our theme tents, to be able to explore a topic thoroughly, like dinosaurs. You know, children, the reason we did dinosaurs first is because we would ask children, what do you want to see in a children's museum? And everybody says dinosaurs. So we had to do that first, even though it's not necessarily. So I spent a lot of time researching what dinosaurs were in St. St. Croix. I mean, and so only to find out that during that time, St. Croix was underwater. So we did feature, some of the Mesolosaurus and those huge water-based dinosaur creatures. So because we want to be relevant, we want to stay relevant as Chantel was talking about. So, and then the other theme that we've had is the sea around us, which is definitely related. And so, but to take a concept and use multiple modalities where children can explore it in different ways, explore the texture, explore live creatures, explore how they relate to a particular topic. In our play base, a lot of it's about construction, engineering, creativity, and at their own level. As I mentioned earlier, that children will use the same materials but use them differently depending on the level, but they're still successful. They still feel like I succeeded, I did something, and I'm proud of it. Sometimes I bring things, I know people kind of laugh at me when I do this, but sometimes I just bring things to see what kids are going to do with them. So at one of our pop-ups I brought small wiffle balls and straws and pipe cleaners and rollers with holes in them and things that had holes in them and that kids could kind of fit together. And people were like, what are you going to do with this stuff? And you should see the things the kids created. It was just amazing. So all
And
that,
how many students do you have currently with the St. Croix Museum?
we don't have like an enrollment. We do have over 800 people on our email list, and we have over 700 people who follow us on Facebook. And so that's kind of our enrollment. And so whenever we're doing an event, we get that, try to get that out to the community. We had around 200 visitors to our last opportunity at the fort. So it's all free. The only thing that people pay is if the venue has a pay. So for example, to get into agriculture fair, you have to pay to get an agriculture fair. But you come to us, it's not additional. It's not like the rides or anything like that.
Okay, noted.
So for us, we're there as part of the activity. And when we've been doing things on our own, those are all free.
And thank you for
right
those.
now. And hopefully, when we have a museum home, we'll be able to do Museums for All. We are members of the Association of Children's Museums of the country and the world, actually. So.
Okay, thank you for your responses. And I wanted to shift over to Executive Director Hoheb before opening up the floor to my colleagues, because I'm sure they have many questions. And for your museum, I know that you changed out 3 times, and now you are in a dedicated home, which unfortunately has rent and utilities attached to it. But specifically, how are you augmenting your operations in a sense? I know that you both mentioned that this body has assisted in some way, shape, or form, some finances to assist with your efforts, because we see the importance in the work that you're doing in our community. But how do you regularly augment that, that responsibility from rent and utilities? How do you raise your funds to keep operating?
Right. So as you mentioned, the program income that we receive, meaning the admissions, memberships, and all of that, they're definitely not enough to cover rent, right? So I think those come in at about less than 20% of our expenses. So we definitely rely heavily on corporate contributions, which we're trying to get away from and diversify in that way. We also write grants for particular programs that we have. As you know, a lot of grants don't cover operational things. So when we do have the opportunity to include, a little staff here, a little, light bill there, we do that. And definitely fundraisers.
Okay, excellent. And are you collaborating with, both of you, with other nonprofit organizations like My Brother's Workshop or anything of that nature too?
Yes.
You both are?
Yes, and My Brother's Workshop has helped us move things.
Excellent. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
They've built things for us. I mean, just because we're free, it doesn't mean that we don't have expenses, right? We have a storage unit we have to rent, and we have insurance we have to pay, and we have to purchase our materials. I mean, all our materials are not free, so we write grants, and we rely on the community's support.
Okay, excellent, and kudos to My Brother's Workshop. And one last thing for you, Ms. Hoheb, then we'll move on to Vice President Blyden. Of the visitors that come with their children, do any of them come as like tourists, for instance?
Yes.
Do they bring their children to the museum?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. That's
For
good
sure.
to know.
It was interesting. We actually had a past Montessori teacher who was here, who had moved to the States, had a family, and she came back down. She's like, I didn't know this was here. Went on, wrote a Google review. Like, because it's so central, I think when you see it, you're like, yeah, I have kids. But people actually go on and say, oh, I'm coming to the VI. What is there for my kids? And we pop up.
So
for
cruise
sure.
ship passengers pop up.
Definitely.
Okay, excellent. Good to
Definitely.
know.
Yeah.
So Vice President Blyden, you are now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewer and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning. Edie Hoheb and your co-Edie, Ms. McCammon, and also President Hirsh. Thank you so much for your testimonies. We are happy you're here today because you brought some very enlightening information to us that many individuals in the community did not know. I'm excited to see St. Croix, as a matter of fact, find a home. And my first question is to President Hirsh in respect to find a home. Where are you at in respect to find a home on the island of St. Croix?
Ideally, we want to be easily accessible. So if we can be somewhere along Queen Mary Highway, you know, or just off, so it's easily accessible for families, east, west, mid, you know. Our goal is first for the families and children and families on St. Croix. If visitors from off island want to visit us, that's fine too, but our first goal is for the children and families of St. Croix. So we want to be easily accessible.
I know that, but in respect to what I mean by where you're at, have you at least reached out in terms of trying to see what type of funding you need and what type of space you're looking for in that respect?
Well, ultimately, we'd really like to have 5 acres because we want to make sure we have outdoor space for the kinds of learning that we think we can take outdoors for nature trails, for different pavilions that we can provide different experiences, butterfly gardens, planting. You know, we want to recognize the agricultural nature of St. Croix as well as, you know, some of the other learnings. And then we want to have a museum. Ultimately, if we could, even with several pavilions, could have, you know, maybe we'd be able to start out small and build on, but ultimately maybe 10,000 square feet, so we could have rotating exhibits and stationary exhibits.
Okay, very well. I'll let my Christian counterparts chime in. But let me ask, because I was happy you stated in terms of play, what it means in respect to play and learning at the same time, you know, hands-on experience, and how important that is, especially, I know since the storms, many playgrounds and play areas were destroyed. So, Edie Hoheb, let me ask you in respect to learning, you know, in terms of problem solving, being creative, and the like. Speak to that for me, please, in terms of how important it is for our children to exist in those spaces.
Absolutely. I always, when I think of this question, I think back to playgrounds when I was small. I was the queen of the, you know, monkey bars. And so you think of how much you learn there, your problem solving.
1 minute.
You able to communicate with someone else. Don't do this, don't do that. Hey, let's play this together. It helps so much in the development, but I also think that having that confidence when you're a child to say, hey, I can do this, I can make this, I can create this, you know, is huge. And you get that when you're touching things, when you're making things, when you have your hand on them. I think it builds the child's confidence and gives them a sense of self. And so even learning themselves, I think, is hugely important, you know, and that's something children's museums can help with as well.
And you spoke to something that's very critical and important to us in the territory, as you know, and we all know. My colleagues know science and math and where we're at in terms of nationally and what it does to an individual, especially a child, in terms of knowing whether they're going to go to prison, whether they're going to be successful, etc. So I believe the Children's Museum plays a very, very important role in that respect. And I am happy and looking forward to St. Croix finding a home. I'm looking forward to supporting and see how we can actually advocate for the Children's Museum, for our children in the territory, because they are our future. They are critical, they are precious, they are important, and I'm very happy that you guys came here today. Thank you for your testimonies, your responses. And Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden. And Co-Director McCommon, did you have anything to weigh in on that the Vice President asked for? We don't want you to feel singled out over there.
Good morning. Amber McCammon, Virgin Islands Children's Museum, Executive Director of Facilities and Programs. I will just add that at least at the Virgin Islands Children's Museum, all of our in-house exhibits and many of our programs align with next generation science standards. We do work with the National Informal STEM Education Network, who is developed and funded by NASA and the Smithsonian. So, the things that we do are highly informed and directed by standards that are already well established and accepted. We're following in others' really great footsteps.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And we're going to move on to President Francis Jr. You're now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, of course, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I really want to thank you for the work that you are doing in respect to the Virgin Islands Children's Museum, as well as the Children's Museum here on St. Croix. I think that this session had been rather informative in terms of what's being done to address this particular issue. I wish we had a similar Alpine that's willing to give up $200,000 to assist in the St. Croix Museum, Children's Museum, but we'll try to seek out some of our local EDC companies and see if they don't want to pitch some money this way as well, because it's a very, very worthwhile cause. And I think it's critical that we continue to develop this. I had a little sidebar with my colleague here and just said that we need to perhaps look at the property and procurement website and see how we could really work on identifying that 5 acres of property and a location here in St. Croix for us to be able to initially provide you with the location, and then we could talk about funding to develop that in the future. So that is something that we, I'm sure, around the table will be interested in looking at.
Thank you.
So the pop-up concept works well, but I think that having a permanent location could be beneficial overall. And we can't do enough. Let me repeat that. We can't do enough to make sure that we're preserving the interests of our children, because if not, then we lead them to have that idle minds, and we know what happens when our children become idle. So I think this is a perfect opportunity. I wanted to ask you, have there been any conversation, of course, by President Hirsh first, and then I'll also ask Ms. Hoheb to weigh in from the governor's office or the foundation or any other entity in respect to the available funding that may be, that you could be able to tap into to support this initiative?
Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. I actually have a meeting scheduled with the governor after Thanksgiving. I'm not sure what he's going to tell me. I've been talking to him about having a meeting at some point, so I am optimistic. There's no promises been made. He has visited our pop-ups, so I think he has an idea of what we do and the kinds of involvement that we have with children and families. So I'm encouraged about that.
What about federal funding? Any ARPA or any other? Well, of course, you'll speak to the governor in respect to ARPA, but any other federal funding that may be able to support and assist you in this endeavor?
Most of our funding has come locally from the two foundations, St. Croix Foundation and the VI Foundation. And we've had some, Liberty has been very supportive, Ocean Point Terminals. We're trying to get through the Commissioner of Education to be designated as an educational entity so that we can get more funding from EDC beneficiaries as part of an educational, their educational requirement to support. So we're in the process of doing that. We've sent a letter to requesting that, and I'm the grant writer.
Yes. Yeah.
So I write most of the grants. We've gotten a small grant from VI Lottery. We've gotten a couple of grants from VI Council on the Arts. And we had our first major fundraiser last spring, and we had a lot of community support for that. So most of our grants have been local.
My time had been called, but you know, I would have loved to hear from you, Ms. Hoheb, in respect to some of the other federal funding that may be available. But I really want to conclude by stating that Ms. Hirsh, I've known you since maybe the late 80s, early 90s, and thank you for your stick-to-itiveness and really trying to make the best of our keeping our children busy. You have done well for us here in this community, and really thank you for your contribution as you continue to endeavor to make sure that our children are taken care of in this community. I truly appreciate your long-standing efforts to address that issue.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome very much. All right.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
President.
If I could just ask Ms. Hoheb to talk about some of the federal funding of Ms. Amber to speak of that. Thank you.
Chantel Hoheb, Executive Director of Operations and Development at the VI Children's Museum in St. Thomas. The Teen Time program that I mentioned, we had gotten funding from the Education Stabilization Fund for that. Unfortunately, the amount that we were approved for, we ended up we didn't get the entire thing in the end, so we kind of had to alter our program after a while. Unfortunately, we were waiting for months to pay the personnel who were helping to run the program, but it ended well, even though we didn't get all the funding. I also mentioned the governor had supported the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. That was an ARPA grant that we got. I think it was like $25,000 for the 2021 year. So I will be contacting the governor again to see what is available, and I look for any suggestions for the best person to contact to see what's available, because I know there's always those people in departments, like call them and you'll get better answers. But
and Executive Director Hoheb, in relation to President Francis's question, why didn't you receive the funding for the Educational Stabilization Fund?
I'm not sure how to answer it. The people who are managing the grant, something fell through, either communication-wise.
But you were approved for it.
We were approved for it, yes. So
Okay.
it's probably still sitting there, but they actually had wanted us to, hey, what if you consider extending the program? And we had a 7-month program that everyone's schedules were set, so we couldn't extend it just for personnel reasons.
So let's talk about that in the back end after this hearing, and we'll see what we can do to find out what happened with those funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Francis, for your round of questions. Before we move on to Senator Johnson, I wanted to ask to both of you, are there also any programs or participation for children with developmental disabilities? Are they also part of the program? Is there a separate program within the museums for individuals of such nature?
Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. All children are welcome. And one of the nice things about children's museums is that materials can be used at all different levels. So whatever a child is painting a calabash, the level doesn't really matter, and a lot of the interactive things don't really matter. One of the activities that we always have at Ag Fair, and people thought we were crazy when we first did it, and it has to do with playing with birdseed. And I don't know if you've ever seen kids do that, but the sensory experience, and kids are pouring and measuring and seeing how funnels work and seeing how wheels work and things like that, but it's very calming. So we've had a couple kids that, some kids that are obviously on the spectrum for autism, and when they get really worked up, we encourage them to go over to the birdseed table, and it's amazing because of the sensory nature of it, and they have control over it. That's one of the glories of the activities at children's museums, is they have control over what they do with things, whether it's magnetiles, whether it's building with Legos, whether it's doing artwork. And so that really helped them calm. And one of the things that we found is when we set up our pop-ups and we have multiple activities, and there's very little conflict. I mean, you hear about all this conflict in the schools, but because kids are actively engaged and they're purposefully engaged, mentally, physically, and emotionally, there's no conflict. There's no conflict over materials. I mean, we have basic rules as everything is here for everybody, you know, and we take turns and we share, we return things back, and it's amazing how smooth it is compared to what we hear about what goes on in the schools, you know, with some of the conflicts. But it's wonderful to see that kids have never met each other, never seen each other before, and they play together, and they get along together, and they collaborate, and they work together.
And thank you so much for that response. And I don't think there's one needed from Executive Director Hoheb, because she was just nodding her head yes the whole entire time. So she is in agreement with every single thing that you just said. Senator Johnson, you're now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. And good morning to the viewing and listening audience. All I could say is wow. I too would have been one of them that would be coming looking for pictures of children on your wall and buses and all of that good stuff. So it was a learning thing for me here today. I'm not scared to say that this is a new thing for me listening to it, but very appreciative of all the work that you guys have put into it, because I do love kids too, and once you can keep these little minds occupied and busy, it's a beautiful thing. What I want to ask both of you all, what do you have to engage children with English as being their secondary language? How does that work out? Each of you guys, yeah.
Chantel Hoheb, VI Children's Museum, Executive Director of Operations and Development. I saw Amber over there shaking her head because getting, we don't have tons of exhibit signage because our idea of undirected play is not telling children how to play. Okay. However, there are things in there that we will be adding to exhibits to let you know maybe some science behind the exhibit. But she is always like, we have to get Spanish and Creole translation of these things, and even into our programming when documents go out, you know, that also needs to be, so that is on our list of things to do for sure. Even for our website, to get it into a different language, those things are on our list. So you hit the nail on the head. And I don't know if Amber wanted to add anything.
Amber, you have anything to add into that? And then we'll come back to Ms.
Right now, we have Ellie Hirsh,
Okay, go ahead.
President of the Board of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. Was Amber ready to talk?
I think Amber had something to say. Go ahead, Amber.
Please hold the senator's time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Not a problem. Go ahead, Amber.
Amber McKim,
Okay, go ahead.
Virgin Islands Children's Museum, Executive Director of Facilities and Programs. So yes, part of those facilities. So actually on our website, there is a drop down and you can choose which language you want the website to pop up as and populate as. But we can improve that. And as Ms. Hoheb mentioned, we really would love some funds to do a grand marketing campaign for a number of our programs, especially those that are access programs that really we want to invite marginalized groups to come into the museum. So many people, as has been said, don't know what a children's museum is. And even if they do learn what it is, they don't feel like it's there for them. We're right across the street from the cruise ship dock at Crown Bay, excuse me, not Crown Bay, at
Even say.
there in Long Bay. Next to the Pirates Museum, next to the tram, next to the shopping, and people assume that we're there for the tourists. And as Ellie said, our museum is also very much here for the local population. We have a lot of different communities in our greater community. Definitely. And so we want to make every effort, and we are doing so, and constantly trying to improve those efforts to make sure that people know that we want them to come. They are welcome. So I think we'll just continue to strive for better and always open to more suggestions and more help in those efforts.
Thank you. And Ms. Hirsh?
Thank you.
Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. Our whole website, we're in the process of doing an overhaul, and we're relying on volunteers to help us do that because we really don't have the funds to pay for it. But so that we hope to be able to provide that as well. We have 2 of our board members who come to our pop-ups are bilingual, so if parents have questions, then we can send them to them. We do signage about the science that's behind the exhibits, and so that's our next step, is to work on trying to get those signs in more than one language.
Okay.
But thank you for that question, because it's something we want to reach out to everyone. And on another note, we've been invited to do a pop-up at a location that's mostly within the Hispanic community. We're hoping to do that in the spring and work with them at the ballpark, between Jovensa and
Pedro Cruz Ballpark?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that's
we've been
an
invited.
estate profit.
We've been invited to do that on that Hess Road there.
You're
Hess
talking
Road. about
Basilio Felix Ballpark.
Yes. So we've been invited
Yes.
to do a pop-up there, and I think that will help us to reach more people within the Hispanic community.
Very good to hear that, because there are children that a lot of times might come with that different language barrier, and we want to make sure that they could take part. I'll start with my next question to Chantel. After the storms, how do you guys, get to rebuild? What difficulty, what challenges did you have?
So I think Amber may have better answers, because I actually joined the team in the pandemic time. I didn't get to deal with the storms, but from what she said, again, it was a huge volunteer effort, getting funding to put everything together. I mean, literally, when I walk in the museum, I cannot imagine having done that 3 times. Like, it's an amazing, and Amber will tell you, a lot of children's museums, we are right on par with them. We have parents come and say, this is just like ours,
Yeah.
But folks like Amber actually put in sweat and blood and, tears to making some of these exhibits. So they did it on a very low budget scale to start, but it wasn't easy, the build-outs for that. But Amber, if you wanted to add your experience, I wasn't there for the storm part.
Yeah.
Amber McCammon, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Children's Museum's facilities and programs. Yeah, I mean, I would just reiterate what Chantel did just say. It was community support. I mean, we wouldn't exist if the community didn't want us to. So the volunteers showed up. The sponsors came together and got us the funds needed. We got building materials donated to some degree from MSI, local businesses, EDC companies. We are an education entity, so we can tick their box. CFEI, I mean, really the list goes on, and the number of volunteer hours, the sheer as Chantel said, blood, sweat, and tears that went into it is what has made the Virgin Islands Children's Museum a reality.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to ask Ms. Hirsh a question and then give both of them a little direction that might help them. So my question to Ms. Hirsh is, how many staff do you have on board? Because pop-up has to be pretty difficult and manage it. It takes a lot of people to manage that.
Ellie Hirsh, the president of the board of directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. We're in the process of hiring a part-time director. We don't have staff. We're all incredibly dedicated volunteers.
And how many of you guys?
We have 100 people that we tap into, that we invite to help us at our pop-ups, and some can come sometimes and some can't come sometimes. They don't all come at once.
Okay.
But we are definitely volunteer focused, and we could not exist without the dedication of our volunteers, the volunteers in the community. We're all volunteers, and we rely on others to come and help us as we do different activities at all our pop-ups, and help us set up, help us interact with the kids, help us with our projects, with our hands-on activities. So our next pop-up is going to be at Christmas Spoken Here at the Botanical Gardens, so you can come see us in action if you'd like. And you will see they're all volunteers that are helping us out.
And what's the date?
You guys have been doing a wonderful job, and what I would suggest to you all, if you guys have your written proposal already in place, reach out to Mr. Mark Biggs, the EDC, because coming down to the end of the year, a lot of these EDC companies who have not utilized and put out their proper share, ready to get rid of this money because it's part of the process with them. And I'm quite sure Mr. Finch will definitely lead you guys coming down this stretch. Whoever have not given their fair share of EDC benefits and funds out, it's there to grab for the taking. Make sure you don't leave today without making that call.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you guys for all what you do. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator Johnson. And when is the date? What's the date for that pop-up?
The botanical gardens.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
You can check with your volunteer back there, Mr. Finch. Usually I see him with his blazer on, but today he just has his...
He's the Santa there.
Yeah.
Can you tell?
I can tell, yeah. We got Santa in here early.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move on. But before we go to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I wanted to ask really quickly, do you offer community service hours to students?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. That is very good to know. I think it's also a great way to introduce them to the Children's Museum because I know high schoolers can also be some great volunteers and you can instill a lot of morals and values and work ethics in those young minds as well, who in turn will be assisting the younger generation as well. Ms. Hirsh, you look like you want to ask.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about that because there's so much that goes on in the Children's Museum, and so when students volunteer, they can volunteer with things they have interest in. So it's everything from science to, engineering to arts, and so they can choose which part they'd like to be participant in. So it works out well, I think.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to move on to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues, good day to the testifiers, good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. I would like to thank everyone for being here today. I would like to say that I had a wonderful weekend, and I just wanted to say God blessings to Director Darrell George's family. He had his home going this weekend, literally one of the largest I've ever participated in. And it was truly a blessing to participate and make sure that he had a beautiful send-off. But as one of the individuals sitting here, when my colleague just spoke about the community, I had already wrote a note because I got a teenager that has to do 100 hours. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is a great project to get her to volunteer at. So I already wrote a note like, okay, who do I have to call? Because I'm definitely going to be sending her in your direction. She got 100 hours to do. She's in 11th grade. So as I sat here, I would say that I was very impressed because as a local Virgin Islander, I was one of those that thought the Children's Museum was for the tourists. I'm not going to lie to you. I would drive by it all the time. I saw it next to the Pirate Museum, and I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe they have something to showcase what the children of the territory did, as a way tourism. But I was so elated sitting here like, what? This is for locals. So I'm very happy to hear that. And as I continue to listen to all the things that you guys were talking about and how you're getting assistance, and you definitely need more, especially for St. Croix, when they're talking about they need a location. But what I was noticing with the discussion between the St. Croix director and St. Thomas is that one is indoor and one speaks a lot more about outdoor learning. So my thought process is, do you guys here in St. Thomas, St. John district ever plan to say get a parcel or lot to potentially expand to do outdoor, as they're doing more outdoor and would like to get a parcel to not only have a location, but also do a lot of outdoor activities? Because a person like myself, I'm a hands-on person. I'm very visual. I like to get in. I'm not the one that's going to read the instructions. I'm going to pick it up, play with the gadget till I figure it out. And you have a lot of children that learn that way. Between the two districts, please share with me your thoughts, indoor versus outdoor, and what you guys plan to do.
Chantel Hoheb, Executive Director of Operations and Development, VI Children's Museum. I absolutely love the outdoors, Senator, and it is something we would love to have as part of the museum. Currently, where we are in the Buccaneer Mall, you know, there's literally a mountain right behind us. So there's no expansion in this space. FYI, we have 2 more years on our current lease, so hopefully after that time, we can find some place that allows us to have an outside area. We would absolutely love that. Amber, my co-director, is a marine scientist, so she does bring in a lot of nature into the museum, and you know, in the environment is very important to us, but unfortunately in the location that we are right now, there's no expansion for outside. But definitely on our wish list.
I'd like to jump in before Ellie really fast. Amber, Virgin Islands Children's Museum, Executive Director of Facilities and Programs. I'll just mention that too, though we can't do much outdoor at our actual museum location, we are involved in a lot of community outreach events. So we've done things with Coast Weeks in the past, Reef Fest every year, and so forth, Ag Fair, you know, so we do try to get out and get into nature and highlight the importance and the beauty of the Virgin Islands ecosystems whenever we can.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. I'm looking forward to not only seeing the District of St. Croix get their permanent location, but even the ideas of pop-ups is a great way to market. One of the things that you guys spoke about was the need to advertise to the public. One of my businesses deal with advertising, so I know the importance of it. And what do you guys plan on doing to really get the community more involved to know? Because I was born, raised here 50 years, and I was oblivious. So how do you get those parents with children and, you know, the high school kids, everybody to know that this is just not pictures on the wall? Could you share that with us?
Yes, so I agree with marketing. We haven't had a lot of marketing dollars to put behind the museum, but I think that the more eyes we get on us, the easier that will become as we start to get more funding. One of the things that it's interesting that the St. Croix Museum is a mobile museum, because I think that is the next option we want. We need a mobile museum because a lot of people are not coming into the museum because they don't know it's for them. And so when I went to the Children's Museum's conference just now, we heard from Calvin Mackey. I don't know if you know the actor Anthony Mackie for the Marvel superhero, but his brother is big into STEM, and he was one of the speakers. And he said, what you have to do if people are not coming into a museum you have to go to them, because you have to create that trust and then invite them in. And so it's a process that isn't like right now, because we have a space, we don't have the mobile option, but I want to add the mobile option to bring people into our space, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Ellie Hirsh, President, I'm President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. And we're in the opposite position. It is work intensive to set up our pop-ups. It is incredible work intensive of carrying everything and taking everything. And so we want to have that. We want to have a home so we can do both. And so we want to continue to do lots of outdoor stuff, because we're in a climate where we can do a lot related to environment, related to outdoors. But we also know that we need to have a building as well, so we can offer things that may be related to technology, may be related to other kinds of things that children have interest in. So we've just started in opposite ways, but we're closer together than people might think, because we recognize that both have value. A museum home has value, as well as the outreach that we do in the community has value.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for that response. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up with my final question?
Please proceed.
Thank you. You talked a little bit about making sure that there's diversity in language between the museums, which I think is a positive thing. And as much as I love artificial intelligence, I also see the danger of it. So I do have legislation to Make sure we control that. But one of the beautiful things is there's a lot of technology now where you could just put words in and you automatically get audio. So I'm sure those are the types of things you guys can tap into to really translate very quickly. But the last question I wanted to know about, do you guys dive into, like, say, summer programs or specific programs, like for extended period of time, or like one of my colleagues was saying, reaching out to the EDC programs for potential money to say that you get some money to sponsor a particular housing community to come in, because that's also a great way for people to learn about the museums as well. Do you guys do stuff like that as a good way of really not only going out, but also bringing them in?
Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. We've actually set up at summer camps. We've gone to the Boys and Girls Club and taken things in there to do things. We've been at housing communities. We've been at part of their health fairs. We set up some activities for children and families to do together while they're participating in those activities. So they haven't come into us because we have no inn to come to, but we've gone out to where they are. And so we try to do that. When actually it's gotten to the point we're invited to many more pop-ups to do than we actually have the physical capacity to do. It is very intensive to move all our stuff and set up our tents and do all that. But people have been very open. They all want us every time now. We could do 3 a week. We just don't have the capacity to do as many. And so as we're becoming more and more recognized as a safe, educational, fun experience for children and families, people are reaching out to us, which to me is a sign that if we had a museum home, they could come to us and we could go out and we could sort of balance that off. That's kind of our ultimate goal. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
All right, I think I'll jump in if I have time. Amber McCammon, Executive Director of Facilities and Programs at the Virgin Islands Children's Museum. So our story is a little longer. Because we've had to start and stop so many times, we've had various iterations of what we do at the ICM. After the storms, before we were able to open in our second location, we were still doing the build out. We did have a mobile museum program at that time because we wanted to keep impacting the community. So we were going into classrooms and community centers at that time. Once our third location was established, that mobile museum program did end, again, because we are running on limited people, really. It's a matter of staffing. We've got an amazing core team. So at this time, we rely on all of those different community entities as partners. So Long Path Community Center, Frenchtown Community Center, Boys and Girls Club, and so forth, they come to us rather than us go to them at this point. Of course, we're very open to changing that dynamic as we can. And summer camps come in. We're not currently running summer camps ourselves. Again, we are actively, constantly writing grants, including federal grants, and at some point down the road, maybe we will have our own summer camp. At this time, the summer camps contact us and come in at reduced admission rate as a group. So yeah, I think that's all.
Well, I appreciate the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
You're welcome, and thank you for your questions, Senator Francis Heiliger. Before we go to Senator Carrion really quickly, I wanted to know from both of you what offerings you have for what we would consider the underserved community or low-income community. I know a lot of your services on St. Croix are, you mentioned, free, so I'm sure that is accessible to them. But for the St. Thomas component, I know in some cases you may have a fee associated with some sort of service or program. Is there any considerations for low-income or underserved communities?
Yes, Chantel Hoheb, children, I have to say this, the FBI Children's Museum, Executive Director, Operations and Development. Absolutely, they are actually, our main focus is low-income households, just because if you have means, you can afford to come to the museum, right? So our Museums for All program assists with that. The people or the families who receive food stamps come in at a reduced admission of $8 less than everyone else. The fact that people can sign up for free for Dolly Parton Imagination Library is also for them, but to the point of marketing that Senator Heiliger made, we have to push those programs more and let those folks in the housing communities and low-income families know that they are available. So we do have things for them. I just don't know if they know it's here for them. So again, it's a communication thing that we have to get out more, as well as if you're in the military. I'm not sure if you may have someone in your family who's low income, but I think the Blue Star Museums help with that too. So hopefully a military person will bring along, someone who may not be able to afford it during the Blue Star Museum time. But also, you brought up something that I've been thinking about for programs. If you cannot afford to be in the program, we will think about a way to help you afford it, or just to cover it for you, or just to know that the person is really interested. I think sometimes when people don't pay for things, they kind of don't put much value behind it. So even if you have to pay $2 to be in a program, I would want to find that additional funding to help cover them, but I want them to also be in the program. So that's something I'm going to think to add, is just hey, what about if you want to be in the program and you're from a low, income family, how are you going to do that? So thank you for that suggestion.
You're welcome, and thank you for always being there. Oh, go ahead, Ms. It's fine, go ahead.
Amber McCammon, Executive Director of Facilities and Programs at the Virgin Islands Children's Museum. I just wanted to also mention our Discovery Kit program, which was born during the pandemic when we had to be closed for 6 months. Everyone was sheltering at home, but we knew people were sheltering at home without resources, without things for their children to do. So the Discovery Kit program was developed specifically for low-income families. It has expanded and is available to everybody. But we supply all of the tools and supplies, the school supplies, art supplies, whatever it may be, that you would need to do the activities in that curated kit. And as Chantel had mentioned, each kit is a different theme. So earth science, water science, human health, and so forth. So those kits do go throughout the territory, and we work with community partners that serve low-income and underrepresented groups to help us distribute those to those most deserving and most needing those things. So Catholic Charities and so forth. Also, a lot of the community events that we participate in, whether they're in-house or even or external outreach, we don't charge to go to those things, and our tables are always free. Oftentimes there'll be a event, and the event organizers want us to charge for our particular activities that we are showcasing, and we refuse to do that. We want it to be open and accessible to everybody, so we don't charge for the things that we offer to the general public. We also host free days at the Children's Museum. We have a number of different events. When we get community partners that want to do something special in the museum, our first thing is, let's find a sponsor that will cover the cost so everybody can come in and enjoy that at no cost or low cost.
And thank you for that. Much appreciated. We're going to move forward to Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, testifiers, and everyone viewing and listening. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for hosting this committee hearing today, because, of course, we know our children are important, especially if we catch them at that early age in their development is crucial for our future. So I also want to commend both of you and the whole team, staff, and volunteers for the great work that you're doing in both districts. So we thank you for that. I had the privilege and opportunity to visit both sites, the museum on St. Thomas, and have a lengthy conversation with the executive director and her team and staff over there, which was very informative, really, of the work that you are doing over in St. Thomas. And here I had the opportunity also to visit under the tent of the Ag Fair with my daughters, and they had a blast. They enjoy, because it's very interactive in learning. So we know the benefit that this program brings, the museum brings to our territory, and it's much needed. Anything we can do to boost the development of our children and also create a space environment where they're safe and they're learning, it's welcome. And that's why you have the support of this body. This year, I'm a member of the Finance Committee, so it honored us to be able to fund and provide some funding for both of you this year. And we look forward to continue doing that, and we're committed to do that. So I want to thank you both. I do have a few questions regarding to St. Thomas. I know that the area that you're at, it's high-end, it's expensive because of the location, so the rent must be high. What are the plans to acquire your own facility?
So again, we have, Chantel Hoheb, VI Children's Museum, Executive Director of Operations and Development. We do have 2 years left on this lease currently, so I think we may go the same route in terms of trying to find a space Property and Procurement may have available that could offer us some more outside space as well. But that's unless some fabulous person goes, hey, I have a building, you want to move in here for free? Then that may be an option. I'm putting that out in the universe, but I'll definitely try the PNP route first, I think.
You guys have a plan? You're starting to engage in that direction?
We are, and I'm glad you asked about a plan. On Saturday, like I mentioned before, we recently just voted in our new board officers, so we are getting ready to hit the ground running with strategic planning. The museum itself has not had a strategic plan in its 7-year history, so we hope to bring in some stakeholders, make sure we're doing what we need to do for our community, and then move forward with those plans, and definitely a new location would be in that plan.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I want to join in my colleagues. Time flies. I want to join in my colleagues and encourage you to tune in to having other languages available.
Yes.
And also the media campaign is so crucial so that members in the St. Thomas community know and don't have the wrong impression that it's for something else.
Absolutely.
And now with St. Croix, can you kind of share with us what collaboration you're having with other organizations like schools and community and stakeholders to enhance the outreach and impact that you're having? And I just want to say I really love the pop-up concept, because even though you have a museum in place, but being able to go to the areas is crucial because you're reaching them where they are. And I think that's an important component that I wish you don't stop even when you have the facility.
Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. Our dream is to be able to do both. It is, to be honest, it's very work intensive to try to move everything from our storage that we have. We have a 1,200-foot storage, and we're thinking we're going to have to keep building it up because we're running out of space. But we definitely. We definitely need to be able to do both, to be able to do outreach and also have a museum home, because there's things that we can do in a museum home that's hard to take on a traveling museum. It's hard to actually do in a traveling museum, so we're actually hoping to do both, and I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
The collaboration with the local organizations and schools.
Okay, so we do a lot of collaboration with. I think I said in my testimony with I'm running out of words. We do collaborate with the Boys and Girls Club. We've been there. We've collaborated. We've been at several of the schools to do some small pop-ups at some of the schools. We collaborate with housing. We've done some things with housing. Certainly at Ag Fair, that's our biggie event. That's where we showcase everything, and we keep growing, and they keep giving us more and more space, which is really great because we just keep expanding out there and having more and more tents. And so DP&R is a big supporter and big collaborator with us, as well as we've collaborated with sea, the St. Croix Environmental Association, in our last big exhibit on the sea around us. And the Turtle Preserve out on Sandy Point participated and collaborated with us on that. So we were constantly reaching out to groups as we try to do different things, and we've found very good support from different organizations. So that's been
And
been
lastly,
very
Mr.
helpful.
Chair, if I may,
My brother's
I know-
workshop. I'm trying to think of everybody. I don't want to leave anybody out.
it gives us a good idea. If I may, my last question. I know my time has been called. How does the museum on St. Croix, maybe St. Thomas can answer this too, incorporate local history, culture, and sometimes of our local tradition in their exhibits or activities and programs that would impact in fostering our cultural understanding among visitors, but of course our own children here. So
Well,
I would
one
like
of
to
the
hear.
things that we have a music tent. We don't do it at every event, but we rotate it at different events, and so we got some funding from VI Lottery to get some specific instruments, to get steel pans and different instruments, and we have local musicians come and work with the kids with that. So we've incorporated that. VI Guardians of Culture have participated in our events, and kids can try out being local jumbies and that sort of thing, and we do that with artwork. We use lots of local, like calabash and shacks in our activities, so that and we've done things with local seeds where they make seed pictures with the local seeds that are found, and we try to incorporate as much as we can, and through volunteers that come to us. When we did the sea around us, we had a marine biologist collect specimens from the sea to let kids have in the touch tank. So we try to incorporate as much as we can with our environment for children to have an appreciation for who they are and what we have and what they have. And so we try to, depending on which exhibit, what we're focusing on, we try to pull in and work with different groups. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. So.
Chantel Hoheb, VI Children's Museum, Director of Operations and Development. The answer is yes, but we could do better. Currently, we have the Mango Farm to Market, which I don't think we have to describe what mangoes are to Virgin Islanders. I mean, you guys have Mango Millie over here, which I've never been to, but anyway.
Oh, yes, you should come.
So in addition to that, it's so funny because there's an art backdrop for the Mango Farm to Market, and it has a lot of our local flora and fauna, some chickens included in there because there has to be chickens at a market. We've recently just got a steel pan donated to put in our music exploration section. And I know there's more ways that we can bring our history and culture into our exhibits. I feel that will also be part of the strategic plan moving forward. So we do it a lot in workshops and programs. So we've had Bambula workshops, we've had storytelling workshops. We were fortunate enough to work with Willard John of the Guardians of Culture Mukujumbi to have a Mukujumbi art exhibition at the museum that included both professional artists and student artists, which was fantastic, and the opening was amazing. The Mokojumbis actually came to St. Thomas to like, I'm getting goosebumps as I'm talking about it. They came to showcase their actual culture, and then we got to enjoy the art that was created around it. So we do it more so in programs and workshops, but I think we can also, do much better in the exhibit part of it. Did you want to I see Amber wanted to add something?
I do. Amber McCammon, Virgin Islands Children's Museum, Executive Director of Programs and Facilities. I'm also the curator. So yes, it's always at the forefront It's right there at the top as we're developing new exhibitions. So currently, right now, we actually have a small pop-up exhibit of some students at Adeline Cancrine created their dream house. And of course, a lot of Caribbean culture is exuded through that. So, of course, we ask people to come in and bring what they want to showcase. And as we continue to develop and expand on what we currently offer on the floor, we're keeping that in mind. So the exhibit signage, as Ms. Hoheb mentioned before, is not extensive in the museum, partly because that is the direction we want to go. We don't want to tell them too much. We want them to explore and experiment and figure things out for themselves. That's part of the museum experience. But we do want to add more signage. It's been a matter of funding and priority. Our priority for the last 7 years has been to survive. As you know, we've had multiple closures because of natural disasters, including pandemic. So keeping the doors open has been at the forethought. But now we are getting beyond just survival and we want to thrive, right? So in that, we will have more signage and more recognition of our local leaders. So right now we have an exhibit on the floor that is, it's a gender equality. This is what a scientist looks like. It's really showcasing female scientists throughout the world. I would love to create an exhibit that highlights our local scientists of both genders, really, because local kids need to see themselves and what they possibly could do, right? So we want to really show them their options, their potential, and help them dream big. We do story times where we're reading local artists' books, and just more and more as we continue to grow. The Taino Boyo was put in by our local Taino tribe, and we have plans. We are putting in a federal grant application so that we can expand and create an even more in-depth exhibit on Taino culture. So yes, it is in the development. It's always been in the hearts and minds of those that have run the museum that celebrating Caribbean culture is it's a big part of what we want to offer, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kadiung, for your round of questions. And of course, thank you for the answers as well. And of course, I want to say thanks for all that you do for incorporating and making sure or assuring that our culture and history is part of the education process. It's very important to my colleagues and I, and of course, the overarching community, so that we can continue to teach our next generation how to also preserve our history and culture. I usually ask all my questions in between the rounds, but I do have one question before we break. And of course, you'll have an opportunity to close out as well. And the question that I would like to ask to both of the museums is, what is your long-term vision? Where do you see the museum in about 10 years? What is that overarching long-term vision? And I'm going to start off with President Hirsh.
Okay, thank you very much. Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. I do have a big vision. And so when you said that, it's like
I wouldn't have thought any less.
So the vision for the Children's Museum of St. Croix is to have a space where there is at least 5 acres, and with buildings and grounds that are there to stimulate children's interests, recognizing that children have multiple interests, but also things that can stimulate them for lifelong learning. And so it can get them engaged in things that they may never even thought about. So we want to have, yes, some technology so children can interact and learn. We're working on trying to do that for our weather and climate that we're going to be doing on climate change, that we're going to be doing at the Ag Fair this next year, but also being able to experience culture. We want to have like an exhibit that focuses on both the land of St. Croix that goes from desert to rainforest and also the history of the culture. And we want to incorporate that wherever we are, wherever we're located, it has its history. So no matter what plot we're on, no matter what estate we're on, that there were people that were there before that created something in that space. And so we want to acknowledge the slaves that helped to create that space and brought us to where we are. We want to be able to have a nature trail that incorporates the hands-on nature learning, as well as we recognize that we can have a music pavilion. Right now we've been collecting local kinds of instruments. We have steel pans, we have shacks, we have to combine, we have different things that we've had local musicians come play with our kids, and we want to be able to have a garden for planting, so they can see what sort of the history of the planting, because this is the agriculture island, and that's part of St. Croix culture, and so we want to have a full museum that has rotating exhibits, because we recognize that we need to change up enough to keep bringing in local people. Somebody who comes as a visitor maybe once a year, to visit grandparents or whatever, that's fine. They can see whatever we have when they happen to come. But we want to be able to bring in kids year-round, and we can only do that if we have some exhibits that are going to rotate, and then some exhibits that are like old home exhibits. I want to go back to that one, So I remember I grew up in Baltimore, just not far from D.C., and my parents would take us to the Smithsonian. And there was an exhibit that I always wanted to see every time, but then I wanted to see what was new, So you want to home in on something. And at the same time, I'm hoping that we can continue to do outreach, continue to be at Ag Fair, continue to be at Christmas Spoken here and at Mango Melee, and offer new things, continue to be at the forts and provide those kinds of things, to be there for children, to have field trips from schools, and to really be responsive to children's interests and community needs. I think that's how I see the future. So I'm hoping we'll get there, and I'm hoping you'll help us get there.
So it sounds like a very bright future, and I think that all of my colleagues here today have been very impressed with the work that you've been doing in our community. So I believe there's a bright future ahead.
It's a whole team of people, and we really rely on our volunteers to help us to do that. We can't do that alone. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you. And Executive Director Hoheb?
So I just jotted down some things because, again, we're getting ready to do our strategy planning, and I think that more than just my opinion will matter when we're planning for the museum. But a few things I jotted down. As I said before, we are now 7 years old, so 10 years in the future would be amazing. That would mean we'd be a 17-year-old children's museum, so that would be success just to get there. A new location, for sure, with outside space would be in that plan. A mobile museum to facilitate us going into housing communities and reaching people who cannot come to the museum. Or just welcoming them and making sure they know, oh, well, I know Chantel, I could go in there and, it'll be good, we could learn. Building that trust is really important, especially in St. Thomas. We're not the most trusting people. So also some staff and team expansion would be huge for us. Literally right now, Amber McCammon and I are the only directors, and we need more administrative staff. I would love to have a director of human resources. Currently, before Saturday, Amber's position was director of programs and curator, which is two different positions. So the curator works with the exhibits and makes sure the museum looks like what it looks like, and the director of programs should be separate. And so we'd want to separate those roles, get enough funding to welcome people into those roles. And I think the program director will also be the outreach person. So for instance, the mobile museum would be under their purview. Having a fund, I don't know, I'm still learning in terms of funding for nonprofits, but having a fund that specifically covers our operating costs would be amazing if we'd still have them after 2 years, just because there's so many programs that and events and things that we want to do in the community. But when that, I think monthly, we need to cover about $30,000 of operating costs. Like when you think about that, programs kind of get, okay, well maybe we could do that one later. They get swept under the rug sometimes because rent. I would love to see closer partnerships with our teachers and parents and students. For instance, I think once children come into the museum and get that interest and get excited about something, they may go to school and say, hey, what if we form a robotics club in here? What if we have a science club? Currently, the reading club at CAHS is scheduled to come read at the museum for children. They're going to set that up. I hope it's like bi-monthly. But I want more child-led clubs. For instance, like, if you create a club, I may not be up for it, but if I create it, I'm going to be in it, right? So I think everything is better if it's child created, you know what I mean? And also something that we're working on now, hopefully to be launched in April. Liza Margolis, she partners with us a lot and assists us, is a kids network. And what that is sometimes it's hard to find things for children, to do things for children in general. So there's a kids play expo that she's helping to organize for April. And what that'll be is a place where everything for kids can come in could come to one area. So if it's the majorettes or health things for children, whatever it is for children, we want to get at that expo. And from there, we're going to create a kids network so that you can be able to go online as a parent and find different services for your child and not have to go all over and be like, I don't know what there is to do. So because we know we have a marketing issue too, I'm sure every other child, servicing place has one. So I think it's important for us to create that network. So that's just some of the things I'd like to see.
Okay, excellent, and thank you both for your responses. I will also add my 2 cents, and I would love to see both of you, meaning both entities, collaborate on some sort of territorial event or observance. Absolutely. In the sense where you can have children from both districts perhaps visit or coordinate together. I think it also helps with, I don't want to say we have a problem, but
there's an issue.
Thank you.
Call it an issue.
And I think that sometimes the water that separates us gets in the way.
Yes.
That's the simplest way I'm going to say it. And I think that if we can instill that unity in our young people, regardless of what district they come from, that hopefully in the future, ahead of us, we can see more and more unity. I'm not saying it's terrible. People will always be people. People have the right to decide what they like and don't like. But if we're able to instill some of those morals and values and qualities from a young age, then we're going to see definitely a difference, and it's going to be a positive one at that. So, Ms. Hirsh, I see you always do this with your finger.
Well, I just wanted to say that we talk to each other and we've talked about collaborating.
Good.
And I think it'll happen more once we have a museum home, because I think it would be easier to do that, and even to be able to, there's a lot of traveling exhibits that we could tap into that are expensive to bring down, but we could share them between islands, and we could share expertise between, people who could help lead activities from different islands, as well as exchanges with children. If we're doing similar activities, we could create sort of an exchange for them to work together on the project.
I'll let you all decide that.
Right,
you all are the
But the one thing I left out in listening to you was staff. I mean, I'm so into volunteers, and I'm so into trying to get a home and all that's involved in that. We would need to have support for staff, and I don't want to forget that there's only so much volunteers can do. We need to have,
But I would love to see the day that happens.
People ask me if I work for the Children's Museum. I mean, it's kind of become almost full time. So, but we do need to make sure we have staff that we can support, and that to provide what we're trying to do. So anyway, thank you
definitely.
for that. Thank
You're
you for
most
letting me
welcome.
do
And
that add-on.
I look forward to that day, and I'll be there front and center as long as I'm alive. So we're going to do a 30-second wrap-up, your shortest reply for the morning, for the day. We're going to start off with Ms. Hirsh, then Ms. Hoheb, and then lastly, Ms. McCammon. Did I get that right? Yes, okay,
Yes.
excellent, good. Please proceed, 30-second wrap-up.
Okay. Ellie Hirsh, President of the Board of Directors of the Children's Museum of St. Croix. First, I'd like to thank you, and I thank this body for giving us an opportunity to showcase the kinds of things that we could do with children's museums and what we can do for the community, and to be able to enlighten those who haven't seen us in action, and to encourage those who haven't to come see us and to come see the Children's Museum in St. Thomas. I've been over there and enjoyed it. And so I just think that I try to provide pictures to give people a view of what it might look like, because it's hard for people to envision what it really looks like. So I do want to thank you for reaching out to us, to taking the time, and for your support in the funding and support by just having us here and listening to us today. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Executive Director Hoheb.
I can't say thank you enough myself. I would say that if you didn't know, I hope you know now that the Virgin Islands Children's Museum is for Virgin Islanders. We are located across from the cruise ship dock, but tourists are the cherry on top. We want you all to come visit us. If you are thinking of supporting the museum, we would love to give you a tour. If you're a teacher and you're like, I'm not sure what that's about, just give us a call. Visit us on our website, vichildrensmuseum.org. We're also on Facebook and Instagram at VI Children's Museum. We're here for the Virgin Islands. We are a community resource, and we plan to be a better community resource moving forward.
Thank you so much. And Co-Director McCammon, your closing remarks?
Amber McCammon, Virgin Islands Children's Museum, Executive Director of Facilities and Programs. Thank you, everyone, for your attention, for your care. We're so grateful. We're so honored to be a home base here on St. Thomas and to support children and families throughout the territory. We're in it together, and I know we're going to go and do even better things. Community partnership is really what it's all about. We have a lot of great educators already on board with us, but there's a lot more that, yes, we need to bridge the gap and bring them in. We would love to, as Ms. Hoheb said, we'd love to give you a tour, talk to you about any ways that we might be able to collaborate and continue to be a community resource for children and families throughout the territory. Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you. And thank you all again for being here with us today. We're going to recess for 30 minutes, and I need you to stick around for just a second. And the Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, and Sports and Parks hereby goes on a 30-minute recess. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is back on the record from recess. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2 of the hearing is dedicated to evaluating the current state of disability compliance and the rights of individuals with disabilities in the Virgin Islands. Expert testimonies will provide vital statistics, highlight operational efforts, celebrate achievements, and identify challenges, offering a comprehensive view of the status and issues surrounding disability rights and accessibility in the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Julian Henley, ADA Coordinator of the Virgin Islands, Angus Brygo, Executive Director of the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, and Monique Butte, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Association for Independent Living. We also have an excuse letter from Mr. Drago, dated
Drago.
Drago?
Drago.
Okay, Drago. And it's dated Monday, November 20th, 2023. Received it this morning at 9:06 a.m. Good morning. We regret to inform you that Director Drago would not be able to attend this morning's hearing. He is not feeling well. Please still allow his testimony to be placed on record. Sorry for any inconvenience that this may have caused. And this is from Nadia Paul.
Nadia Paul of which organization?
From the
Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands.
Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, very well, and thank you for placing that on the record. Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind as to read Executive Director Drigo's testimony into the record.
Okay. Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, advancing justice through protection and advocacy. Angus Drago, Senate testimony, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Good morning, Chairman Bolkes, members of this committee, and other senators present. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before your Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks on the current state of our territory's compliance with local and federal laws as it pertains to the rights of people with disabilities. I am Angus Drago, Executive Director of VI Advocacy, Inc., better known as the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, or DRCVI. DRCVI was established in 1977 via an act of Congress, which similarly saw the creation of 57 protection and advocacy organizations, agencies throughout the United States and its territories. DRCVI is part of the national organization known as the National Disability Rights Network, or NDRN. That network is the nation's largest provider of legal advocacy services for people with disabilities, and as director, I serve on its board of directors. These entities provide legal protection and advocacy for individuals with disabilities, regardless of their racial or ethnic origin, color, gender identity, nationality, religion, or belief, age, sexual orientation, or station in life. DRCVI's mission embraces these mandates and has its mission to advance the legal rights of people with disabilities, support and empower families, and provide training and information that promotes the overall health and education development of children and youth. DRCVI has 2 offices in the Virgin Islands. The main office is in Frederiksted, just a stone's throw away from the former Kmart West, and a satellite office located in Havenside on St. Thomas. DRCVI has an 11-member staff that includes 3 full-time lawyers or advocates. Its work is overseen by a 9-member board, which meets quarterly and comprises of individuals with disabilities, lawyers, parents, and family members of individuals with disabilities. In addition to the board, DRCVI has a protection and advocacy for individuals with mental illness, PAIMI Advisory Council, or PAC, PAC, made up of professional mental health providers, individuals and or family members of individuals receiving mental health services. Accessibility. As a territory, the VI have failed to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, as amended, despite DRCVI's best efforts from litigation campaigns, training events, and many years of grassroots advocacy. ADA compliance has fallen woefully short when it comes to access to government services, playground areas, businesses, and shopping districts, especially in the downtown areas. Even when these entities have made gains to comply, it often falls short. And here are some examples. A wheelchair ramp may be added to a building, but the ramp is not wide enough for a person who uses a wheelchair to navigate a sharp turn. Electrical poles or decorative lamps are erected territory-wide smack in the middle of sidewalks, making it hard for an individual to maneuver a wheelchair as the space on either side is too small and potentially too dangerous to traverse. A mother pushing a walker or a pram or an adult using a walker has the same difficulty. Decorative cobblestones, although aesthetic, also pose a problem as this makes wheelchairs and walkers hard to maneuver. The Midray Cummings ballpark, while beautifully done, is not ADA compliant. One of the most glaring deficiencies is access to restrooms. There is no concrete walkway leading to the restrooms, so it is difficult to access. There is also the issue of getting to and from an aircraft. People with disabilities travel too. DRCVI has long advocated for jet bridges to make the travel experience easier and safer for everyone. There have been occasions where airport personnel have had to hoist individuals with mobility impairments to and from an airplane with heavy equipment used in construction sites. Over many years, DRCVI has advocated for the building and use of jet bridges at the territory's airports. This must be made a priority, as this is a crucial part of accessibility, the absence of which does not comport with ADA guidelines. It's a cruel irony that inter-island travel for the territory's ADA coordinator is fraught with structural and service barriers that make travel by plane unduly burdensome. Behavioral health. DRCVI conducts annual surveys to determine the most pressing needs of individuals with disabilities and their families. The number one response over the course of several years has been the lack of access to mental health services. In 2003, DRCVI sued the VI government, specifically the Department of Human Services, Health and Hospitals, to recognize the rights of all residents for access to comprehensive mental health services. The DRCVI won the case in 2009, and as a result, a state plan was developed. To date, implementation has yet to occur. For perspective, after thousands of hours of diligent work by experts and volunteers to get this plan together, it has remained untouched through 4 administrations: Turnbull, Schneider, DeYoung, and Mapp. Recently, the legislature passed a behavioral health bill that was signed into law by the Bryan administration, and it remains to be seen if and how it will be implemented. DRCVI also works closely with the Office of the ADA Coordinator, which falls under the Office of the Governor. The Virgin Islands has just one mental health facility in the territory. The Eldra Schalterbrand Long-Term Care Facility replaced the old Michelle Motel in a state content and is managed by the Department of Health, DOH. The DOH is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, SAMHSA, recognized state mental health agency. SAMHSA falls under the U.S. Department of Health, and in addition to its regulatory mandate, provides services through its DOH, Behavioral Health, Alcoholism, and Drug Dependency Division. And according to data provided by the DOH, it provides management and oversight for 246 patients with mental disabilities. And while Schneider Hospital has a behavioral unit, the one at Louis Hospital was shuttered, if memory serves correctly, as far back as 2012. Alas, without additional long-term care mental health supports and services, DOH relies on off-island facilities. The cost to house these Virgin Islanders off-island is high and is amongst the reasons DRCVI continues to advocate for the development of a comprehensive case management system, which will allow individuals with mental illness to be treated on island where they can be close to their families. For more information about the development and demise of mental health services in the Virgin Islands, I urge you to view a compelling documentary produced by DRCVI entitled Forgotten in Paradise. Based on information from DOH, the Department of Corrections in Florida and Virginia each has 3 Virgin Islanders on their mental health caseload. As far as the future is concerned, DRCVI hopes to assist in creating a crisis response unit within the DOH to provide rapid response to mental health crises with an approach towards de-escalation rather than the initial response coming from law enforcement, and to enforce the mental health consent decree. Education. DRCVI works to educate families on 2 fronts. One is via early evaluation of children with disabilities by providing early intervention services, and the other is by helping young adults transition to employment when they age out of school. It has been proven that early evaluation and intervention make a huge difference, especially in children's formative years. One of the challenges we've encountered is the delay in the development and implementation of individual educational plans and student evaluations. These delays have been caused by the Department of Education's Division of Special Education. DRCVI has helped increase referrals and complete intakes with vocational rehabilitation, VR, which has resulted in better service delivery for people with disabilities knowing their rights and the procedure with the VR program. We have also helped with service delivery within the USVI workforce by creating a more seamless approach for job seekers with disabilities by ensuring an accessible environment and program accommodations. DRCVI has participated in job fairs and established the Employer Recruitment Roundtable, where job seekers can interact with prospective employers. Currently, DRCVI serves in a co-counsel capacity with the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU, on a prison abuse case in the District Court of the Virgin Islands. The lawsuit deals with the mistreatment of inmates at the St. Thomas Jail. Imagine, The case was initially filed in 1994 and involves monitoring of jail conditions by court-appointed inspectors. Next year will make this case 30 years old. Yes, 30 years old. It gives you an idea of what we're up against in our advocacy when a case could languish for nearly 30 years. DRCVI, meantime, continues to take part in quarterly hearings at the court regarding this case. In our unwavering determination to advance the case of civil rights, we remain committed to advocating with groups such as the National Alliance for Individuals with Mental Illness, which is the NAIMI, Virgin Islands Development Disabilities Council, DD Council, Virgin Islands University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, VIUCEDD, and the Virgin Islands Deaf and Hard of Hearing Advocates. And I am available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading that testimony into the record. A bottle of water on me. Thank you. That was quite a very riddling testimony. I really wish that Mr. Drigo was here with us. Brigo was here with us today, as you know, we see the importance of disability rights throughout this territory, and whether we want to acknowledge it or not, disability rights is everyone, from the youth straight to the aging. You know, we have a spectrum of people from youth to age to the elderly that can experience some sort of challenge, but more so as we age, we find that those challenges become more and more prominent in our daily lives. So, Mr. Brigo, if you're listening, I hope to have you here with us, perhaps for a second round, to include with Mr. Henley and Ms. Butte. And of course, we also have, who is not on the agenda, Ms. Peterson here, who I met on the airport yesterday. And she has done extensive work in the area of disability rights as well. And she's here with us to share her testimony as well. However, Ms. Peterson, I would have to ask for you to wait until we hear from our ADA coordinator and, of course, Executive Director Butte, and then, of course, you will then proceed with your testimony. And thank you for making the time to come here to be with us today for this very most important discussion. Now I would like to ask the ADA coordinator to please put his testimony on the record.
Good morning, afternoon, sorry. My name is Julian Henley Sr., and I'm here to share with you my testimony on disability rights and access in the Virgin Islands. Greeting Honorable Chairman Angel Bolquez Jr., members of the Committees in Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, other senators present, my fellow testifiers, and to the listening and viewing audience. I'm Julian E. Henley Sr., Territorial ADA Coordinator for the Government of the Virgin Islands, and I'm here today at your request to contribute to the comprehensive overview of the current state of disability compliance in the territory, in alignment with the operations within my capacities, which includes ensuring accessibility in public spaces and partnering with the agencies to bring to life initiatives that improves inclusivity for our disability community. For the 2020 census, about 12.4 of every household in the Virgin Islands included one or more persons with a disability. The state of our disability community here in the Virgin Islands, which averaged just about 8,000 citizens, has shown significant waves of improvements, but remains far from perfect. The Brian Roach administration continues to fight existing stigmas and discourage people from seeking services that they qualify for. On the other hand, some seeking services continues to face challenges as we work to remove pre-existing cultural barriers. Changing course has proven to go beyond correcting challenges through legislation. It also requires changing course in how we culturally think about and addresses barriers and for seniors and citizens with disabilities. I am proud to report that all of our government departments are physically accessible, allowing individuals with mobility disabilities in need of services to appropriately receive them. After a push from the governor to reestablish the designation of the department ADA coordinators, my office created a facility accessibility checklist which departments' ADA coordinators can utilize to identify needs for reasonable modifications in the event temporary barriers in their agencies. I have been working closely with VITEMA, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, and other agencies to ensure that our shelters are not just accessible, but ADA compliant. As this is one of the reasons that we have fewer eligible shelters than in previous years. The governor's ADA office has also addressed the signage necessities to assist in guiding persons to common areas and any services offered at these shelters. Throughout my tenure, the issue of service animals has been a hot topic. I have received countless complaints and inquiries about service animals where either businesses or individuals do not understand the ADA law in reference to them and how to differentiate between a service animal, comfort animals, and emotional support animals. While individuals with disabilities may use and interact with working animals for a variety of reasons, only dogs who has received specialized training to perform specific tasks or tasks for an individual with a disability are considered service animals. This is the key difference between a service animal and all other types of working animals, including therapy, comfort animals, and emotionally support animals. As such, it is important for us to educate others on the need for service animals in order to understand the importance they play in helping individuals with disabilities, whether at home or public or social environments. The chart below in my presentation, the senators, they have a copy of that, highlights more points of distinction between the different types of working animals. The Brian Roach administration continues to improve efforts to make communication both linguistically and electronically accessible for all diverse communities. Our deaf communities have directly been impacted due to a shortage of American Sign Language ASL interpreters locally, leading to a consistent struggle to secure scheduled in-person sorry. Sorry about that. Furthermore, through a system called Virtual Remote Interpreting, VRI, departments now have the ability to communicate in American Sign Language with clients who are deaf or hard of hearing through an on-screen interpreter. While most of the interdepartment companies have a registration charge, and additionally charged by the minute. We are currently evaluating the different gaps in communications throughout the government to essentially streamline the systems for departments in need of maximum procurement efficiencies. Assistive technologies are crucial to both the disability community and the territory in general, as they reduce the need for formal health and support services while increasing the disabled person independence and improving their quality of life. One of the most time-consuming yet fulfilling and ongoing projects considered to success for the governor's ADA office is serving as a reliable liaison for constituents who reach out to me to address perceived ADA violations or concerns. Because the ADA is compliant driven, the Office of the Governor has been able to collaborate with numerous agencies to convert issues into opportunities to enhance the lives of Virgin Islanders with disabilities. For instance, when individuals are faced with paralysis for the first time, most of them cannot find a wheelchair accessible home to accommodate their disability. Thus, a shortage of existing residents with the necessary ADA compliant features have fed the demands for accessible housing units. We have that same issue for Section 8 accessible apartments in the territory. Even more, if a disabled person accessible home gets damaged, one can imagine the terror from relocation considerations will exist. Therefore, the ADA office worked to relaunch Act number 7320, the Visitability Law, which was originally introduced to the public by Governor John P. DeYoung Jr., along with several nonprofit organizations. The hope was to encourage homeowners to build the first floor of their new home accessible or to renovate their existing home to such standards. By making these adjustments, the homeowners would receive a 20% reduction in their property tax for the period of 10 years. Besides creating more accessible homes in the territory, this legislation would cause people to proactively retrofit their homes with accessible features, not just for disabled visitors or family members, but also in the event a disabled person moves in or they themselves become disabled in the future. This accessible housing option also provides to be rewarding for homeowners within the territory, Airbnb industry, all directly in line with the Governor Bryan's vision of housing accessibilities. Another successful initiative of this office is enhancing recreation facilities on both Megan's Bay Beach on St. Thomas and Kramer's Park on St. Croix. Coupled with ADA compliant parking and accessible routes, individuals with mobility challenges have been able to exit their vehicles with a guarantee of a smooth transition into the water via an accessible beach mat and beach chairs. Administratively, one of the ADA office's most profound accomplishments includes the Government of the Virgin Islands Employee Disability Status Survey, fueled by the Governor's Executive Order number 509-2021, which calls for at least 2% of all employees to be individuals with disabilities. This online survey portal is used to quantify employees with a disability in order to meet the demands of the said executive order. Requesting this information is not mandatory, and we have been extremely careful with this process. We ask for the following information for active employees: the island they reside on, the department they are employed with, whether they have a disability, and if they do, they have the option of disclosing this type of disability. What we receive is a number of individuals with disabilities per department and their disability type if they choose to disclose. However, the survey is completely anonymous and confidential. We then continue to work with the Division of Personnel to implement a Government of the Virgin Islands Employee Reasonable Accommodation Form that existing employees or new hirees are to use if they want to request an accommodation to counter their disabilities and essentially improve the quality of their work production. Employees are allowed to make this request when they start their employment or later as the need increases. We have also collaborated with the Bureau of Motor Vehicle on various projects, including their free disabled identification card, which indicates with the disability the applicant might have and has an ID number that corresponds to the number on the disability parking placard number if eligible, if you're eligible recipient. And I have a good working relationship with the department's head. My office continues to work on the proactive approach in addressing and improving areas that may fall short of meeting the ADA standards. For example, transportation continues to be a challenge for the Department of Public Works, Vitran Division. Because of their fixed route buses and paratransit bus intake quantity, in addition to inadequate staffing between drivers and mechanics, there sometimes is a shortage of operating buses on any given day. Although morning inspections of their buses, sometimes they cannot get all the needed buses on the road as planned due to missing parts to complete the needed bus repairs or drivers abruptly calling out that same morning. Likewise, despite adding 12 new buses to their fleet, the high demands for paratransit bus services still leaves a need for more buses and drivers. Vitran buses should also be accessible and accommodating for persons with disabilities. Again, I cannot overemphasize the importance of educating and training public servants to the sensitivity of the ADA. Because Governor Bryans has pushed for the most progressive ADA office, fortitude along with patience is required. To instill change within the government, who has historically overlooked the desires and necessities of the disability community. Rendered of the policies are necessary and are communicating periodically, especially for agencies who already have their hands full with their own prioritized agendas to improve their public service. Besides providing routine and on-demand training, agencies, organizations throughout the Virgin Islands, we have been collaborating with many departments, nonprofits, and other agencies to effectively inform this vulnerable group about how to adequately prepare for disasters. The Governor's ADA Office hosts these annual expos, not just to provide information to help independent living seniors and adults with disabilities for creating a personal plan for themselves and their families they may look after, but also to get health updates and screenings from experts. These outreach have been well received and continues to grow each year as we coordinate with participants of numerous relative vendors, including our office, who advertise their services and provides useful tools and resources to this population. We intend to pass the baton to the newly created Disability Integration Unit with VITEMA, whose legislation my office also advised on. The Brian Roach administration has a great deal of upcoming construction projects that will be accessible to all members of the Virgin Islands community. We continue to partner with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation as they have many parks and sporting facilities that aim to provide people with different types of disabilities with comfortable access. The ADA office is also very active in the Department of Education new school planning committees as it is faces repairs and or remodeling. As you can see, this effort can do nothing on its own. It is only one piece of the puzzle, as collaborating with stakeholders is essential. It has been a blessing working together with our disability nonprofit partners as we all bring our own unique strengths to the table. The governor's hope is to start changing the toxic cultures and ignorant mindsets of individuals, because the truth is we all want the same results, as we all have loved ones that falls within this category or falls within this category ourselves. At any given moment, if we haven't already fallen. However, it will take us working together with a new perspective and the same goals in mind, and we will then see the difference and benefits of including individual disabilities in all aspects of our daily lives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I stand ready to answer any questions that may follow.
Thank you, ADA Coordinator Ellie. Next, we will have Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Association of Independent Living, Inc., Ms. Monique Butte. You are now recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, distinguished senators of the, excuse me? Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and the listening public. I am Monique Butte, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Association for Independent Living, a nonprofit organization serving the community for 43 years in the United States Virgin Islands that enables persons with disability to live an independent lifestyle within the community. This includes all disabilities, allowing all disabled people who would like to learn a skill to live as independently as possible. We have 2 locations serving the Virgin Islands, one on St. Croix located at Side Farm Shopping Center, another on St. Thomas located at Woody Center 2. Our mandates require that our staff be 50% plus 1, as well as our board members. Our staff includes 3 full-time staff, of which 2 have disabilities, and 4 part-time employees, and 3 contract personnel, all with disabilities. There are currently 6 staff members on St. Thomas and 1 part-time on St. Croix. We need to hire personnel to meet our shortage on St. Croix, but additional funding is needed to accomplish this task. We are in a transitional period right now with a change in leadership and new staff still learning their duties. We have 5 core services. The first core service is independent living skills training, which includes training new consumers how to develop IL, which is independent living skills, such as preparing meals, self-confidence, self-esteem, budgeting, decision-making skills. We do not provide housing units. We provide training so an individual with a disability can manage their own home or apartment along with other training. Our second core service is peer-to-peer counseling, where persons with similar disabilities work together to solve individual problems. They have group peer supports called MASH, which stands for Mutual Aid Self-Help Group, which meets every Thursday on St. Thomas and every third Wednesday of each month on St. Croix. The third core service is information and referrals. This is where we may refer persons to other agencies or nonprofits for services, or we may just answer their questions. We can provide persons with disabilities, Vitron applications, library for the blind, interpreter listings, and assist in filling out benefit applications, job applications, etc. The fourth core service is advocacy, where we teach individuals with disability to self-represent, individual empowerment, and in other words, use their voices. The fifth core service is transitional services, where we can provide transitional services for youths coming out of school to a home environment, for an institution or a nursing home to an apartment of their own, or if someone is at risk of entering an institution that only needs some skills to be able to live independently as possible. We also provide assistive technology assistance, ADA education, system advocacy, and sensitivity awareness training. We serve approximately 160 consumers annually, down from 223 since COVID began in 2020. We have lost a lot of consumers through passing away, moving away for better medical care, or just dropping their goals because they did not want to come out in COVID. We are rebuilding our consumer base slowly. We have walk-ins and telephone inquiries regularly. We only count consumers once per year, even if they come in daily for different services. The list of qualifying disabilities has expanded to include an array of health disabilities, so many people who may not have qualified before can now qualify for services. We are just letting the community at large know we are here to serve, so give us a call to make an appointment for our intake. We would like to remind everyone that disabilities can affect a person at any time. Some people are born with a disability, whereas others acquire one along the way. And we all should be sensitive to a person with a disability. Ask them if they need assistance and accommodation. Do not assume that they do. People with disabilities do not be ashamed to receive help when it is offered. If you need assistance or accommodations, employers, remember that an employee can ask for a reasonable accommodation to perform their duties. If your employee requests people to acknowledge that they are there when they enter a room with them, if they are blind or deaf, it's not an unreasonable request. Announcing yourself so they are aware that there are other people in the room with them takes no time out of anyone's day to accomplish. This goes hand in hand with sensitivity to other people's needs. All business establishments need to be accessible to individuals with disability, with seating that a person can get in and out of without struggling or jumping in or out of them. Business owners, please assess your establishment and see if there's such items in your establishment. Remove or replace them with suitable items. Government agencies need to remember this too. Having a press conference without an interpreter, especially through a natural disaster, is not acceptable. Having an event and having no accessible seating or using the accessible seating for other things is not accessible. Sidewalks need to be properly painted and noted. And as the leaders of this community, you should set the standard for accessibility in all areas of the government. It does not matter which branch of government you are in. And to the community, please be mindful for people with disabilities traverse our streets. Parking on sidewalk is not acceptable because if a person is visually impaired and has been trained to walk the sidewalk to their destination, this throws off their sense of direction and can cause the person to get confused and do not know where they are. Persons using disability parking permits, please be mindful that the permit is for the individual with a disability, and if they are not in the vehicle using that permit is illegal. Being a good citizen and correcting yourself is needed in our community. Of late, we have run into some difficulties, which will require us to relocate our St. Thomas office. We have explored a variety of other rental units for us to move our agency to. We have run into a problem with getting affordable renting space in. Prices range from $80,000 and up per year for rental units that can accommodate our agency. We will require funding to create accessibility throughout the facility. We are also putting it on record that we're a small nonprofit that receives funding from the Department of Human Services through a grant of $100,000 per year. And our federal funds is $256,202 a year. With the cost of inflation and expenses increases, it has been a struggle to make ends meet, especially when the local funds do not come in on time. We are still owed $100,000 by the local government, $50,000 for 2023 and $50,000 for 2022. This puts us in a difficult position to cut staff hours, scale back on our expenses to continue operating. For 2 years, we have asked for an increase to cover additional expenses that we incur due to inflation, and both years we were denied. For the fiscal year 2024, we again have been denied an increase. Our current vehicle in St. Thomas is 11 years old and have given us trouble of late. We need to purchase a new vehicle in St. Thomas. Estimated accessible vehicle prices are approximately $80,000, could be more, for a good accessible equipment vehicle. This does not include shipping, registration, and insurance. We are also looking for a new permanent home on St. Croix to house our operation at St. Croix. It must be on a bus route and close to the roadway. These are our staffing needs. It's about approximately $300,000. Thank you for letting me put this on record.
Thank you, Executive Director. Appreciate your testimony. And here with us in the St. Croix District, we have Executive Director Yvonne D. Peterson to place her testimony on the record on behalf of several organizations, of which she will disclose during her testimony. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Angel Bolkes, Chair of Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks Committee, other committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, members of the press, persons in viewing, online viewing, and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yvonne Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of Beyond Vision Foundation, the Virgin Islands Developmental Disability Council, and the VI Family Network, that is the Family Voices US VI Virgin Islands affiliate of the Family Voices National Organization. Before I begin the key segment of my testimony, it is necessary to provide a brief overview of the organizations I represent. Beyond Visions, Inc. was established as a local nonprofit and incorporated in 1997 and currently serves as a family-to-family Health Information Center for the U.S. Virgin Islands, a federally funded program through the Health Resources and Services Administration. The Virgin Islands Developmental Disability Council was the previous family-to-family health information center and works in collaboration with Beyond Visions to ensure families of children and youth with developmental disabilities and special healthcare needs remain a key function of the DD Coalition. Additionally, the VI Family-to-Family Network, established as an IRS tax-exempt organization in 2022, was approved as a Family Voices national affiliate for the U.S. Virgin Islands this year. The Family Voices U.S. partnered with BVF and the VIDDC to conduct community outreach, provide training for parents to become parent navigators, conduct capacity building for parent and caregivers-led organizations, help professionals, workers that serve and engage families of children and youth with special health care needs. As recent as last week, through contracting with a community engagement consultant, myself and Mr. Billy Abraham and I visited medical facilities on all 3 islands, such as the Modular Hospital on St. Croix, the Fedgerstead Clinic, the MCH on St. Thomas, and the Morris de Castro Clinic on St. John. These visits included, but not limited to talking with health professional staff, doctors and nurses, and inquiring about the needs that impact the population served by the F2F Health Information Centers. Areas visited including pediatric, family planning, high-risk clinic, OBGYN clinic, and MCH. Such discussions revealed the following needs, which is not comprehensive. Assist in addressing the need of high rate of diabetes in the territory through community outreach and training. We're also finding that it is getting higher in youth diabetes because of poor diet. Assist with the capacity building, training, and community outreach to support parent-led organizations of families with sickle cell and sickle cell trait. Providing support for genetic counseling, community outreach upcoming activities. Promoting newborn screening for the various populations, both ethnic and those with language barriers in the VI. Another key activity conducted was collaborating with Expectant Health from the state of California in reviewing videos to promote and educate new and expectant parents about newborn screening. This including working with VI expectant parents and those with newborn to review videos, provide feedback so they can more be beneficial to the needs of our population. At this time, plans are being made for January 2024 with a visit from the New York Mid-Atlantic Regional Genetics Network called NIMAC to meet with health providers and community leaders to discuss their plans regarding the need for genetic testing, education, and training in the VI. This will include a physician trained in genetics who will visit the VI on a quarterly basis. This information was discussed with the community engagement consultant who met with Senator Capehart and Fonseca, both members of the Legislature Health Committee. One of the key achievements are as follows. The DD Coalition members opened a family resource center in the public housing community known as Harvey on St. Croix and recently opened an office on St. Thomas at Nitsky Center that includes a training center. They work and assist with each other and additionally are collaborative with organizations such as Christensen Institute for Community and Health Empowerment and the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands. With funding from MCH, Beyond Vision will assist with community outreach for newborn screening with plans to include the VI Spanish, Arabic, and Creole population. Some of the challenges for the organization is as follows. Request local funding support. As the federal funds are not intended to provide the total cost of conducting programs, and with the territories not having the level of access to funding sources as the stateside counterparts, assisting with funding to match the federal funds received from Hirsh that supports families with children and special health care needs will be helpful. This funding will assist in providing community outreach, training to support parent navigators who provide one-on-one or group training for other parents and caregivers. We will request at least a 50-50 match on the territory-wide basis. Additionally, the U.S. Virgin Islands is the only jurisdiction that does not comply with the Development Disability Bill of Rights Act of 2000. In short, the DD Act. The DD Act funds by federal regulations are intended to fund independent state councils on developmental disabilities in each state and territory. However, in the VI, the DD Act funds are requested and received by the Department of Human Services through the Consolidated Block Grant. Therefore, the VI DD Council receives no DD Act federal funds to conduct programs and services for the DD population that serve. We thank you for the opportunity to present to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks.
Thank you so much, Director Peterson, and that concludes all of the testimonies before us, colleagues. Before we go into our round of questions, I would like to thank all of the testifiers for their dedication in improving accessibility and advocating for the rights of individuals with disabilities here in the Virgin Islands, and your efforts in enhancing public safety and accessibility and promoting compliance with ADA and providing critical services to support your respective population of those who are experiencing challenges, from youth and aging to elderly. Your roles are instrumental in fostering an inclusive community, and your work is essential in driving change and ensuring that individuals with disabilities can lead an independent, empowering life. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to this important cause. Before we begin with the first senator, which is Vice President Blyden, I wanted to ask the ADA coordinator, Henley, a question. And of course, good afternoon to you, sir. How are you doing today? Your mic is off. I didn't hear you. Still off. Media, could you please?
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, good, great, excellent. ADA Coordinator Henley, I've known you for many years. We've collaborated with sensitivity training, ADA compliance since about 2012, 14, when I held a previous position. And I've always known you to be very passionate about what you do, and you've actually helped me, myself, to understand a lot of what compliance truly is and what it does for sort of balancing out what our communities, well, the challenged community, if I can call it that, would see as a disparity. So again, thank you for your work and efforts. Could you provide us with more details? You mentioned in your testimony about the facility accessibility checklist. Is that something that you actually assess every single public sector building? Is that checklist, what does that consist of, in short, of course?
That ensures you have accessibility and then you have compliance. So we wanted to make sure that, one, that persons have access to our offices and buildings that falls under the government. So that was done. So then the checklist, what it does is it looks at other intricate pathways on the parking. Although it's have blue stripes, does it have an access aisle? And we were able to identify from there into the buildings things that needed to be adjusted, whether it was time clocks and minor adjustments that's needed. We do have some things that's within the building, but as to access to the buildings, we don't have any barriers that's preventing persons from entering.
Okay, and thank you for that. And you know, as you know, Ms. Executive Director Brigo is not here, and he provided a quite riddling testimony. He did also indicate, he did make mention of you and indicated accessibility to aircrafts. Is that something that the Office of the ADA Coordinator is trying to lobby efforts with accessibility to aircrafts as well?
Yes and no. When I worked at Disability Rights Center, we did advocate and had a petition against the airport. Keep in mind that the ADA is a federal law. So as to airports and other things, they're under the Air Carriers Act. So they're managed and governed differently. So I wouldn't have that authority to mandate other than to help protest that the need exists and the challenges that people fall into. When they call my office, I give them advice as to what to do. But that's under the federal ADA.
Okay, very well, and thank you for your response. Senator Blyden, you are now recognized for your 4 minutes. 5 minutes, I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Ms. Peterson, Mr. Henley, the ADA coordinator, and Ms. Butte. Thank you so much for your advocacy and what you do in terms of your public service on those that's basically those individuals who really cannot support themselves. We thank you much. Let me ask, though, in respect to, let me start off with independent living, Ms. Butte, the executive director. In your testimony, you spoke to your numbers dwindling down from 223 in 2020 to 160 customers. And then you further state that we are just a little community at large, and now we are here to serve, so give us a call to make an appointment for an intake. I would have liked to hear you give the number. You know, that would have been really nice because you have an audience right now, and I know you're trying to do some outreach, and it would have been nice to hear how those individuals can get in touch with you. What type of outreach do you do?
Good afternoon, Monique Butte. We're just starting to do outreach. We'll be beginning outreach early next year. We're going to be doing it in the housing community, the senior centers and the senior homes around the community, both on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John.
Very well.
I forgot to tell you my telephone number. On St. Thomas is 777-498, and St. Croix is 778-7992.
And you also stated, thank you for that, you also stated that as of late you ran into some difficulties and you ran into some problems with getting affordable rental space because most spaces ranges from 80,000 and up per year. What are the difficulties you ran into succinctly? What happened?
Right now, our facility has mold issues, and because we're a lot of persons with disabilities, we can't be in there long. It's a health issue. Okay.
Well, thanks for letting us know that. I know we just came through the budget process, and in the future, please, any organizations or entities that basically are providing services for our people, it's important that you reach out to your senator and other individuals to see how we can assist in terms of providing some type of funding. Because you spoke to your staff in a cost at least $300,000 per year, and you also mentioned other funding that you get on an annual basis, which I know you are short based on the numbers, but it's important to remember that always reach out and communicate, because if you don't communicate, nothing happens. So that's very important, please. I just want to remind you of that. The ADA coordinator, Mr. Henley, again, I appreciate all you do. And I know the young man that was not here, Mr. Drigo, said a lot in that testimony. And but I know for sure the ADA coordinator usually collaborates and communicates with everyone to include many of those agencies he spoke to. And I know whenever there's any road projects in terms of sidewalks, anything with public works, he's there front and center assuring that they comply with ADA compliance and the act. Let me ask you, Mr. Henley, in respect to other agencies like the Housing Authority and many of those projects and also many of those programs, I know in respect to one of the testimonies spoke to compliance when it comes to transitional housing and other home owners, and there have been several programs that have been coming online. Have there been any type of coordination with those programs in respect to seeing if they can make their homes more accessible to individuals with disabilities in terms of the ADA compliance. Have you had any type of conversation with those individuals?
Julian Henley, area coordinator. I've had conversations with Housing Authority in reference to doing assessments with their buildings, the accessible, what is deemed accessible, and the challenges that they face. However, as you know, that HUD is who manages those properties. And so I see that's just a conversation to point out and to help the understanding of what ADA barriers that they have and what we need to do to correct it. But as to housing, there is a major shortage, and that's a topic that we definitely need to address.
And the reason why, Mr. Chain Clothing, the reason why I asked that question because, for instance, I know there are some programs through Housing Finance Authority where they give you a certain amount of funding to repair your homes once you rent it to certain individuals. And the reason why I asked that because I know there was a home I actually advocated for that individual to redo the restrooms, etc., whereas the doors are 36 inches, you can roll a wheelchair in there, and they are able to actually leave that unit to someone with disability. And you know we have an aging community at this moment, so I think it behooves us in moving forward when it comes to many of these programs that we can see how we can infiltrate and see how they can repurpose the units for older individuals because of our aging population. So I think those conversations will be helpful moving forward. But at the same time, I want to thank all of you for your advocacy and your input, and I want to thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden, for your round of questions. And Executive Director Butte, you replied to Vice President Blyden's question and included a response that indicated mold. I have a few questions about that. How long have you been having this mold issue, if you don't mind me asking?
We just found out at the end of September.
And the leasing company that you're renting from, they're obviously aware of this issue?
Yes.
Have they
It's not there.
Have they responded adequately?
They said it's not their responsibility.
That doesn't sound right to me, Executive Director Butte. So
Yes.
we're going to have to dig down and figure out how we're going to rectify that issue, because if you're paying rent for a facility that is, unless it's disclosed in your contract that it's not for some reason, is it?
He said it's not in the contract.
Okay, well, that sounds like something we need.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I haven't seen it specifically to mold. But what it states is anything inside the building is our responsibility.
I don't agree with that. The structure is theirs, everything inside. If we're talking about furniture, equipment, that is your responsibility. But the structure, mold grows on walls, it grows inside of walls, or even in the condensation, AC unit, vents, etc., which I'm assuming belong to them, correct?
The AC unit is ours. That has mold in it too. Yes, we have called several times, but nobody has come and checked it as yet. There's mold in the floors. Everything, he says, everything inside is ours. Our responsibility.
We're talking about, and I hope they're listening, because we're talking about a community here that needs our assistance and has a right to have adequate access to many things, to include a facility. So we're going to look into that. I assure you that I'm going to follow up with you on that, Director Butte, and I'm sure my colleagues, because my colleagues are in here shaking their heads right now. So we're on it on that case. Concerning your future plans and goals, I see that you are working on many different projects. As a matter of fact, I first got introduced to your organization when Ms. Felicita Brownlow was the executive director, and I worked with her very closely for many years, and I'm happy to see that you are now the executive director. I couldn't have given that position to anybody better than you if it was my decision, so congratulations on that. Let me ask you, how many individuals are you serving right now? Is it the 160 that you mentioned in your testimony?
Right. It's 160.
What?
161. About 161 right now. We're having new intakes weekly, so it's going to raise. And once we do our outreach, it should bring in more consumers.
And we're talking about 160 individuals that at any given point in time traverse or coming into your facility, which now has mold. And, okay. And,
but that includes St. Croix, but St. Croix doesn't have mold.
Okay, noted. What are the age ranges?
The majority of the consumers are on St. Thomas, yes.
What are the age ranges of those individuals, if you mind me asking?
We serve from 18 to above. We have persons who are 80 and 94.
94?
90.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, and the numbers went down from 223 and you associated them with COVID-19.
Yes. Well, I mean, it was greater before then, but after the hurricane, we had lost a lot of people due to medical concerns and housing and all of that. But we were up to 223, I think. And with COVID, a lot of people have not come out. Some of them have passed away. Some of them have moved island because they can't get the services that they need here. And those are dependent services, not independent services. And some of them just don't want to come out because of COVID.
Okay, noted. We have a point of information from Vice President Blyden, and then we'll move forward to President Francis Jr. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Director Butte, let me basically state on the record, in respect to your situation, I would advise that you, if you do not have an attorney, reach out to legal services since you're 501c3 to see how they can assist you in terms of assuring what the lease says and what's your responsibility and what's theirs, because you got to watch the fine prints. I'm not sure, but I would advise you to do that. That's very important, please. And you need to do that ASAP because you should not be in a sick building additionally. So that's what I wanted to put on the record. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden. President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to this round of testifiers in block number 2. And thank you very much for your testimony, as well as thank you for your commitment as being the guardrails and the backstop. Since government can't do everything, we appreciate the work that you continue to do under your 501c3, as well as nonprofit organization. And of course, thank you to you, Mr. Henley, being the ADA coordinator. I must say that I believe that we have certainly continued to have some challenges, but you have done a lot of the heavy lifting to make sure that, in fact, that we're moving forward on a path to, right fit, some of the requirements to address the issues confronted by our disabled and disability community. And it's all our responsibility to pay it forward, because it's not if, it's just when. If we live long enough, we too will become the beneficiaries of being able to have good access and a good walkability and safe roadways and highways and sidewalks and bypass and whatever, to make sure that we're in decent conditions. So thank you for what you're doing there. I can't remember who it was, but I know that I think it might have been one of you. I'm not sure if it's Ms. Butte or Ms. Peterson that referenced diabetes in their testimony. I wanted to go back to you in regards to your comments about diabetes because, of course, that is troubling in our community. And is there a direct correlation between diabetes and behavioral health or a disability?
Well, in medicine to diabetes, especially if you have young children, young people getting diabetes, they're more likely to have other health care needs on top of that. And most of that is because of course, the diets that they get. Now, once we visited the hospitals and the clinics, we are going to be going back and do a deeper dive. That was just a preliminary to do more in depth to see what is going on regarding diabetes in the territory. And one of the things we're going to be doing is providing training and reaching out to those who have it and those so we can understand why they have diabetes and what we can do to help mitigate it, or in some areas, provide prevention.
Very well, and I could appreciate that, and that's the reason why we have the WIC program and all these kind of things, again, to be able to teach healthy living, healthy eating, as a means of hopefully, minimizing the chronic illnesses that we're seeing in our community. So that is important. I wanted to ask each of you, is there any commonalities that you have found in your work that we need to be mindful of? Any commonalities, any trend that you believe that we could focus on to help to minimize and hopefully attack what we're seeing in our community in terms of disability issues?
One of the things I'm seeing...
If you can place your name and title on the record.
Executive Director for the Beyond Vision Foundation, Diddy Council, and the Family to Family program. During that tour, we found that some of the areas we have is because of the backlog or the delay in getting young children getting assessment. We're finding that time frame is widening and it impacts them getting the services that they need in time. We're also finding that we're having challenges with reading in our children. Some of them are misdiagnosed or undiagnosed, and that may be going on for a period of time. So we're seeing that needs to be done, making sure they're tested in time. We're also seeing that one of the things that we're going to be looking at, myself and Ms. Vienna Kodra, is actually going on Monday to the Division of Exceptional Children in Minneapolis regarding what these practices are needed. We've been working with this program for 5 years and conducting policies and procedures to have system change. One of the things we're going to be looking at is to see if we can get funding from them to do a demonstration project to address the needs of children from the age of 0 to 3, so that by the time they come into school, we are addressing some of the deficits in the education system. So that's one thing we're going to be particularly looking at.
Ms. Butte, Mr. Henley, any commonalities in your time of your work that you have been able to observe and want to bring to the public's attention?
Okay, mines are more on a physical level. Sorry, Julian Henley, ADA coordinator. Mines are more on the advisory or training capacity. And one of the things that we have done that needs to be on record is that we have done 508 training, and that's to have training from all our ITs, our web developers, department AD coordinators, and other agencies to learn how to communicate and put information into systems. So, for instance, you might have persons who are blind that want to read what's going on in the legislature, that they could actually go online and read the transcripts or information that's being had. So we're actually addressing the need because the demand for more equipment
1 minute
is increasing, and that's something that we want to meet to make sure that our government agencies, along with private industries, that they are posting information correctly so persons can use e-readers to communicate. Thank you.
Very well, thank you very much. And in regards to Ms. Butte, and you talk about the issue of independent living. Do you believe that there is sufficient availability of space, rooms, apartments, or whatever to meet the needs of those individuals that require independent living assistance? Or how much more do you believe that need to be done to address that particular issue?
Well, good afternoon. Monique Butte, Center for Independent Living. There's a lot that needs to be done. You know, having accessible seating in functions being held by the government.
Time.
You know, that's a big problem. You know, it's not accessible in some cases, or it's accessible but it's not available. We having a problem with health issues with consumers, because then they don't have the funds to buy proper food, so they add on to their disability, because then now they have multiple disabilities due to poor eating habits. I can go on a lot more, but I'll just cut it off those two.
Very well. Thank you for those, and those are two very important ones. You know, accessibility during public meetings and spaces is something that we could certainly work on improving. Mr. Henley, aka ADA coordinator, you know, we could work on addressing that particular issue. But in respect to food, and Mr. Chair, I'll just wrap up right here. In respect to food, we have seen the recent 2022 inflation review, and the prices are going up. So that's going to become harder and harder for us to do, and I think that this is a wake-up call that, in fact, we need to you know, start to make some inroads in one or two things, making sure that individuals are adequately compensated so that they could be able to buy food, or we'll have to create some type of availability or stipend for food sustenance to make sure that individuals are receiving adequate meals. Otherwise, we'll continue to suffer at the back end of what we're seeing here. So thank you for that point, and I think is very, very well and timely placed, especially in light of the recent inflation review that was published by the Bureau of Economic Research. We have our work cut out for us. Thank you for your testimony here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your round of questions. Definitely agree with you 100% on that. With the cost of living going up, and especially that population may not have the accessibility or the access to be able to traverse and move about and get access to the lowest cost item as other citizens are able to do at any given point in time. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Peterson, Director Peterson, in your testimony, and of course your testimony is more so on the developmental side of this discussion. And you indicated the Developmental Disabilities and Bill of Rights Act of 2000, and that the Virgin Islands is not within compliance of that. Could you elaborate a bit more on that for us so that we can understand what, in totality, what you're discussing there?
Good afternoon, Yvonne Peterson, Executive Director for the DD Council, Beyond Visions and Family Network. The Virgin Islands does not have a DD Act law in the territory. This matter occurred back in 2011 when I was asked by the federal government to assist the government in complying with the federal law, developing the 5-year state plan and implementing the DD Act itself. It could have been done either by law or by executive order, and that has not been done as yet.
To date?
No.
Okay.
And so that may be one of the issues is that the funds go through the Social Services Block Grant, through the Department of Human Services, and it seemed to be a decision, a territory decision, to make the City Council be in same compliance with other states and territories. The DD network is comprised of 3 organizations: the Disability Rights Center, the USAID, with the University Center on Excellence on Developmental Disabilities, and the DD Council. So technically, there's only 2 here. They work together as called the DD network, where the DD Council is the one to look at the system and see what needs to be addressed, and brings in the USAID as the educational component and the disability right as the advocacy and the legal component. So that's how they were to work together.
Okay, and that is how it is structured across the United States?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Senator Johnson, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and testifiers. I think I want to start out asking a question: how often these 3 agency or group get together to discuss some of the, the biting issues in this territory? Do you guys meet on a regular basis, and how often?
With the DD network,
Yeah.
even though the DD Council still partners with the Disability Rights Center and the VIU said, we are actually working together in saving resources. So when we have activities, we partner. DD Council provides the technical part or the place, and the Disability Rights Center provides the training. So we're actually working together to make sure that the resources are spread.
And is there any plan to expand your services or any new programs that we should be looking forward to for people with disability in the near future?
Well, I don't know about that. Well, if the DD Council can find the funding, but the DD Council says we're going to be traveling to work with the National Division of Exceptional Children, and we plan to start doing demonstrations here in order to assist so that the children with disabilities will have better outcomes. And I said, right now we have like less than half of them actually graduate from school.
Wow.
That was the last time when I saw. I'd like to mention something with Senator Francis, is that we found that. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead and do it at his time, but you could do it.
Sorry.
No, I'm teasing you. Tell me, and I'll take it out at his time.
Okay. One of the things is that we're looking at also is the issues of why we have so much health disparities here. Now, even though we have WIC, we found that we actually went around to the supermarkets and found we have a very high salt and high sugar diet.
Yeah, that's a fact. So, Senate President, you owe me some time, right?
Yes.
Mr. Henley, good day to you and Ms. Butte. I want to ask you this, Mr. Henley, because I see some work happening in the Frederiksted town with the sidewalks, greatly appreciated. And I think you and Public Works have a decent relationship. What are the plans for Christiansted town, Charlotte Tamale? Because all our towns have a lot of issues with sidewalk. And I always look and believe in let's fix it for our people first. And whoever come can enjoy our ambience, because it's not easy traversing through our towns with the sidewalks them. So is there anything that in the pipeline to really expedite putting those sidewalks back in place in each of the towns?
Well, one of the things that, Julian Henley, ADA coordinator for the government of the Virgin Islands. The sidewalks in Christiansted especially, that is a major issue. I've actually addressed this with Department of Public Works and and WAPA, because the issue is not just getting rid of the poles off the sidewalk, it's where and how they're gonna bury the wires or the lines and what that plan is gonna look like. So it is an issue. Traversing, for me, even traversing in a wheelchair in Christiansted, it's safer for me to be in the street than to be on the sidewalks. But it's something that's being looked at and really addressed. The Frederiksted sidewalks have been ongoing, and a lot of these projects are intertwined with other major financial, like highway projects or other that helps the planning to then do the complete work that's needed. So some of these projects are tied in, and we have to figure out or sit with them to better understand when they would be addressed.
And second,
I totally agree with you. Sorry.
okay, thank you. And secondly, do you have a lot plans of complaints coming to your office, and how do you do follow up with them? Like
1 minute.
folks calling your office, reaching out with complaints, with either in private sector or the public sector, whichever one.
Yes, I do have a lot of complaints, especially for housing. We have a lot of individuals who became disabled from whether accidents or other. And after leaving the hospital, we really don't have any place to go. Some of these individuals end up being homeless. Some of them had amputations. Some, right now, I have several persons who don't have any place to go. And that is a challenge that we have in the territory as to, finding accessible homes that's really accessible, that persons can go and it could be independent.
And have you been having these conversations with a housing authority, VI Housing Authority at FHA, as far as expanding those homes?
As you know, there's a sign-up process that they have because on the HUD they can't move persons up in line. So individuals who were registered, they then wait for their opportunity, and that's something I've been fighting with, because if I'm a person with other disability and a unit comes that's on the first floor, what decisions do they make? And so we're hoping to keep addressing and looking, but there's none accessible units right now within the housing authority.
No, sad to hear that, and I would hope that housing authority would, realize that it's a crisis here and try to utilize all of those first floor units, because you can make all the adjustment to that first floor, and if you fill them out and there is no more space, a normal person can utilize it, but you can't have it not accessible and prepared for someone that has a disability and they can use it. So I sure do hope that they will pay attention more and focus more and try to utilize all of those ground level floors to be accessible for folks with disability, because it can go the opposite way easily, but it can't, if it's not accessible, a person with a disability cannot use it. You understand what I'm trying to say?
100%, Senator.
Definitely. I hope that we could get them to understand that too and start making every floor and the first floor in our housing community disability accessibility, because it means a lot to our people who are out here.
Well, one of the things that that is in place, Senator, is for the new structure. Some of these buildings was built 30, 40, 50 years ago. So all the new buildings that's going to be built going to have studs in the wall. So even if they don't make it, they would make it accessible. But even if they don't put the grab bars and other things, other features inside, they would be able to add them later on if someone did move in or need an accessible unit, that they would know where the studs are in the wall and can put in the retrofits that would be required. But totally agree with you, and I'm hoping that we could find a way to get some of those structures completed so we can find housing for a lot of our citizens.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your round of questions. And Idiot Coordinator Henley, concerning your position, it is just you, correct? You're the only individual in your office?
Yes, Senator.
That's correct. I know that the law, there was a law that passed that created, and there was some discussion about perhaps putting those individuals in your office, but evidently they went over to Vitima. Do you know what the status is of those also what would be considered ADA employees. I don't know the exact title, but do you know what the status is of those individuals? Integration.
And as you know, because we worked together for a long time, many months on this project. Right now, the funding in which Vitima has is that is being put towards hiring one person, and that person would be territorial and work within the department. So I was allowing them to, because of the legislation that was passed, for them to make those adjustments, and then we would proceed with doing interviews and trying to find the candidates that would fill those positions.
Okay, so to date, obviously that has not been done.
Correct.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that that is done sooner than later, because there is a lot of work to do in this sector of our public. So I'm looking forward to, the director of Vitima and his team in trying to target individuals to fill those positions so that we can move forward. Next, we have Senator Alma Francis Heilegger for her 5 minutes. You are now recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. My first set of questions are directed to Mr. Henley. Some of the things with me, I want to learn and understand how our residents are being serviced when it comes to this need. So I'll give you a scenario. If for some reason an individual that's hearing impaired is stopped by a police officer, how do they communicate?
We have actually, my presentation, I'll be honest with you, Julian Henry, ADA coordinator, actually have it, and I realized that the page had stuck together. So I actually, I have a copy of the card. It's called a disability communication card. And this card is actually made to help individuals who drive that's deaf. So if they're pulled over, they actually would then be subject to put their hands, one hand on the steering wheel, put the other hand through the window with that would have the card, because our laws in the Virgin Islands is that the officers actually to come out of your vehicle and come to their car. They don't go to the person's car.
Oh, so the person wouldn't even be able to hear.
Right. So that's why I'm so sorry with that portion of my presentation. It explains exactly what dangers these individuals end up in. A lot of them get hurt, killed, if you Google it. And so we had that card worked with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing advocates, and brought that card to, so right now you can actually get the card through B&V.
And our law enforcement and everybody is abreast and they're fully trained from your knowledge to that. So listen, yes. I'm about protecting our citizens. So I'm
right. So we do training with all peace officer classes.
Okay.
And we do the biannual training for all the 400 plus peace officers that we have in the territory. And for all those sessions, even with others, that we make sure that we discuss the importance. There was a lot of pushback because it took a long time for them to implement that persons should come out of the car and come to the police officers. So that was not something that was an easy sell. But we did come together and make make tweaks to what the procedure would be, and the safest way would be for them, because then when the officer reach and they take the card, they would be pointing at the card, and that's how they will be communicating. Okay. So they wouldn't have to say anything; they just point. And where's your driver's license, and whatever it is that they want from that driver.
Okay, I'm very happy you were able to put that on the record, because we want to make sure that as many of our residents are protected and they understand how to interact and deal with law enforcement if any situation occurs. Okay, I see it. Thank you. Ms. Butte, how are you?
I'm fine.
I was listening to your testimony, and you spoke about some funding that is to be given to you, $100,000 a year, but you got $50,000 for the 2023 and $50,000 for the 2022. Was there a reason given to you why you were not given the entire $100,000 for each year that you are entitled to?
Good afternoon, Monique Butte.
Well, just for pretense, because I'm also hearing say you wanted to hire people. You know, $100,000 would be able to hire the necessary people you need to help this community. So I need to understand that.
For the 2022, it was an oversight. For the 2023, everything is in there. It's waiting for the payments to come in.
So they still haven't figured out the oversight from 2022.
They put in the information in the system, but it was kicked out again.
Okay, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me. You know, that sounds a little bit off for me, because it's one thing to make a mistake once, but to make the mistake twice is sounding deliberate. And the reason why I brought that up is because you're not the only organization I've had this conversation with. So I'm starting to believe it's not an oversight. So we might have to make some phone calls to figure out, because when you have organizations such as yourself that are so needed in our community, you know, we could make a lot of austerity measures to clean up this government in so many other ways. Travel, gasoline, everything under the sun. But I'm seeing a pattern where we're attacking the much needed services. And those are the areas what we're targeting to reduce, to figure out how to balance what's really going on in this territory. And I'm not here for it. So I fully understand what's happening. You touched a little bit about training, Mr. Henley, specifically dealing with the officers. Mm-hmm. But as it relates to, say, schools and other organizations and, you know, even some private businesses that might need to be educated on assisting our individuals with disabilities, what does your office do to make sure that as many in our community get this information?
Julian Henley, ADA coordinator for the government of the Virgin Islands. We do a lot of community training, for instance, for the election board, for different departments. We do accommodation training. We do sensitivity training a whole lot to help understand, to help bridge those gaps that we have. So we do most of that through the government. Starting January, we will be starting back doing the sensitivity training for new taxi drivers. Okay. So all new taxi drivers that come through the class, they actually go through an ADA training before getting their authorization to move on. So, you know, it's a long list of efforts. VITRAN, we do meet, and Mr. Drago and the Disability Rights Center, we have done training for not just the drivers, but for the constituents that uses the service, because a lot of times you bring them together and you realize why they're complaining, or maybe their understanding was different. So having those communications with the ridership has shown a lot of reasons why certain things are said or done. But those are some of the areas in which we cover when it comes to training in the territory.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. I wanted to ask you a little bit more in regards to what type of feedback that even your organization from the government side and even an organization such as yours
Senator,
reviewed in.
if you can wrap up because your time was already called.
Oh, they said time?
Yes, a few minutes ago.
I apologize.
But you can wrap up.
Hear time.
You can wrap up.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. For my final question, I just want to hear, what type of feedback do you hear from this specific community as to how and what things they need outside of what you're currently doing to help improve their lives on a day-to-day basis? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. I will let them answer on your time.
Go ahead.
One of the things that they have a lot of complaints with is services when it comes to medical. Going to private doctors, going to other types of services that they need a dentist, and for those who are deaf, especially who need ADA assistance, meaning interpreters or other, that becomes a challenge with who's going to be responsible for the interpreter or the processes in which. So that's one of the areas that is really sensitive and has been a challenge, trying to get physicians. Once again, that falls under the federal. So then that complaint goes into the federal DOJ, and they're the ones who brings those complaints to physicians and other agencies that falls under their purview. So like restaurants, and I know that's kind of not on a critical level, but even the list of restaurants that we have that's newly built or other, and they're not accessible. So things like that is what we've been addressing.
Good afternoon, Monique Butte, Center for Independent Living. Our consumers complain about Vitran Plus or Vitran Mass services. We did sensitivity training, and we're going to start doing some test runs, testing their services, because they're supposed to implement what we put in the training into their performance. And I rode Vitran last week. No one recognized me. So yeah, let's say that it was an experience. So we're gonna do some test runs to make sure that they're in compliance. There's issues, as Mr. Henley recognized, with the hard of hearing community or the deaf community, that the services is always a problem. Doctors saying it's not their responsibility to provide interpreters for their patients. Little things that comes up. So it's still an ongoing process. And we're going to start doing some spot checks of facilities and stuff. So thank you.
And thank you for your responses, and thank you, Senator Francis Harlager, for your round of questions. I don't like the hard of hearing comment where to be hearing. Can we say auditory challenges or something a little nicer? I'm just messing with you, but when you say hard of hearing, it just sounds so negative, just my suggestion, I don't know. Before we move on to Senator Kariong, I did want to ask you, Director Butte, about your assistance that you provide to individuals with applications and even access to government services, etc., and even job placement. Are you finding that, in the sense of job placement, are you finding that the individuals that are going through that process with your organization, are they being placed? Are they actually getting these jobs once they apply? What's your take on that?
Good afternoon, Monique Butte, Center for Independent Living. We're not doing job placement. That Human Services has given that to Island Therapies. They won the bid. So they're now doing the job placements. We will help you with your resumes, your presentation, how to interview, how to dress for the interview, but not the actual going to the job.
Okay, I know years ago you used to have that. That's why I asked the question. So, so you're saying who has it now? Island Therapies?
Island Therapy.
Island Therapy.
They're doing the coaching, and once they're placed, they're in the they help them with the job, getting the job, and doing the on-the-job training.
Okay, very well. And the applications for government services like SNAP, for instance, we spoke about it earlier.
Right.
Is there a different rate for an individual who has a challenge when they receive SNAP benefits, or is it still the same?
The rate in what are you referring to?
The access to funding, is it still the same access based on income, etc., or is it?
It's still the same based on income. We can help them fill out the application. Our problem is, the eligibility. Some persons get renewal for eligibility, but they're not aware because then they can't see the mail. So a little phone call will say, well, we sent you an application, so they know it's in the mail, so that they can say, well, okay, and bring it to us for assistance. But a lot of our consumers, they are visually impaired and they can't see this is an application for, so they put it down and have it sitting there. So getting the renewal, unless they miss a payment on the SNAP benefits or the cash benefits, then they wouldn't know that they had to recertify.
And based on your response, I'm curious now, because does the Department of Human Services have a separate notification, I don't want to say system, but for the lack of a better word, to notify the individual who is, in this case, for the sake of this discussion, blind, right? How are they receiving that notification concerning their application or access to some sort of government-funded program that is under the hospice?
Well, I really can't answer for DHS, but from my observation, it's done the same way of everybody else.
Okay, perhaps the next time they are before us, we could inquire and find out exactly how that is done. And thank you so much for your responses. Senator Kadiyong, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Just want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to start by thanking all of the testifiers here today for your advocacy and the work that you do within our community. It's important that you continue to sound the alarm and fight for the rights of individual with disability, and we here join with you in sounding that alarm and ensuring that from our perspective, we could do everything in our power to ensure that those rights are respected and implemented. Thank you very much. Ms. Butte, you did mention about lately you rode on one of our public transportation system buses, and you just said you had quite an experience. But I think it's important for you to, you don't have to divulge the name, but share what that experience is, because sometimes it's important for us to understand the reality that we're faced here in our territory. And I was just here thinking and having a conversation with someone that if sometimes it's challenging for individuals without a disability, I could only imagine what that would be like for someone with some sort of disability. And we really have to change the way that we operate as a government and how we provide the services and ensure that inclusion is a part of that and that there's accessibility to everyone regardless of what type of disability they have. Sen, can you share a little bit of that experience with us?
Okay, Monique Butte. I rode the Vitran mass transit recently. The last row of the bus, I know it has the accessible for wheelchair access and everything, but I couldn't find a seat belt and I keep sliding straight off the chair. So, I had to eventually, because the bus was full, I had to wait until it emptied to move to a different seat that it has a rail or a seating in front so you can hold on to when you're turning corners, remember, or going up and down hills. Remember, our terrain is very hilly and curvy, so it was a challenge for me. So
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that. And I think it's important also, if you haven't, some of the things that you have seen, to put that in writing, be able to forward that to the appropriate division, so then the necessary changes can be implemented. Now, I know we've spoken a lot, and one of the questions I had, being last, sometimes your colleagues really run through all the questions, but the chair posed a very important question, and that is the system in place. How are we within the government, especially those agencies and departments that provide services, how are we identifying individuals with certain disability to be able to use a different mechanism of communication and notification towards them? So I know you mentioned from your perspective that you're not aware. I want the ADA director, Mr. Handley, because he sits in a seat within the government, and as a liaison, are you aware of any within the system, if there's a notification, something is highlighted to identify this individual has this disability, this notification is required?
I'm Julian Henley, ADA coordinator for the government of the Virgin Islands. I know, I would say, as to Department of Human Services, we have been discussing, especially with MAP, Medicaid, as to when persons go in for services, is there a checklist that individuals should be going through? So that is something that from our meeting that's being looked at, because my concern is persons, especially with challenges, when they leave, then that ends up being 2 or 3 more trips to come back to have the same services that you could have completed on your first visit. So as to notifications when persons leave, especially if you're visually impaired, no, I actually made a note of that, because that is a question that I would like to know exactly how they deal with individuals who are visually impaired, and after they leave their office, what is in place for those individuals.
Agree. I'm glad you are having certain conversations at certain degree about that, because I think it's crucial, as important that they're highlighted, identify, and an alternate form, notification then should be provided for those individuals with those type of disability. Ms. Peterson, thank you for being here also this afternoon. From your perspective, what would you say is one of the major challenges that we're facing in the territory, and what should we do as a government agency to provide a solution to that when it comes to this topic?
What are the major challenges? One of the major challenges, I think, is the challenges we have with youth. The level of violence, the level of, I'm hearing from the school that have a lot of fights, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, in relations to the topic we're having with disability.
Well, children with disability have oppositional youth. And so if you have children with oppositional youth and you don't provide the kind of services, especially the psychological care, until you have a major issue. So I would say that's one of the areas, is getting assessments and getting the services that's needed for a youth population.
Time.
And lastly, if I may, Mr. Chair, I know we have individuals in our community that use service animals, and Mr. Hanley, maybe this might go to you. What steps are being taken to educate businesses and even our public sector of individuals about the distinction between the service animals? You have comfort animals for emotional animal support. So that's an area that is kind of new maybe to some individuals. So what role is your office playing to provide that level of education and training to create that sensitivity in that area?
Julian Henley, ADA coordinator. Yes, we provide lots of training on this topic. Like I said, this is my #1 complaint from whether it's BIPD, they're at a scene with, at a hotel and someone don't want the dog that is noted as a service animal, or, on the beaches where there's only should be service animals. So educating the staff as to how to identify a service animal and the questions that you could ask. It is a trust issue. So once you ask the question and that person answers the two questions, then you can't deny that person the right to proceed with their service animal. However, the behavior of the dog dictates if you're going to allow the animal to be to remain in your establishments or public space. So we do a lot of training on service animals, more so than any other, because the complaints level is higher than any other.
Thank you. And just a matter of curiosity, is a complaint coming from the individual that has a service animal or from the establishments?
Both. I mean, these complaints are needs to be settled or discussed there on the scene because this person is with the service animal and needs to get into a taxi or needs to go to the beach or other. And so these complaints are a lot of times addressed and dealt with at the scene. So they would call me and myself, and those discussions would happen. Although most of them have gone through the training, there's so much variables when it comes to what people dictate to say that their animal is a service animal. You know, a service animal is actually a working dog. It's not a pet. So they, a lot of times, violate the protocols of what a service animal should do and be. And so if that happens, we would have to ask the person to leave the establishment.
Well, thank you. And thank you once again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Young, for your line of questioning. And I guess I'll ask my question now for everyone, and then we'll start with the closing process. And my question to each and every one of you is, in your area of expertise concerning the status of ADA compliance here in the Virgin Islands, what is your greatest challenge? And if you were to make a key change right now, what would that change be? And I'd like to start with our ADA coordinator.
One of the things that, well, there's several things that I would like. There's areas that doesn't work under, so I wouldn't want to comment on those. But housing in the community, I think that is my biggest challenge because some of these individuals are hopeless. The family members sometimes are not there to give support, and they are to a point where mentally and they're deteriorating. So, you know, this is something that's really in your face and needs to be addressed. And you don't have the answers to give them, even when you call other agencies that you're hoping can answer or help these individuals. They just don't want to take those calls because they don't have the answers that would help those individuals to go through, you know, living for another day. So that would be my number one challenge that I have.
And if you were to make a key change right now, what would that be?
Making sure that we have access. You know, the access process sometimes take a while because there are funds tied up in doing the entire sidewalks, like what's being done now in Frederickstead and other. You can see those sidewalks been deteriorating from, you know, maybe the last 40, 50 years. So the time that it takes, but I would say access to facilities and to our public parks and arenas for persons with disabilities.
Thank you, ADA Coordinator Henley. Executive Director Butte.
Good afternoon, Monique Butte, Executive Director for Center for Independent Living. Our greatest challenge right now would be access to sidewalks and crosswalks. A lot of the crosswalks specifically are not marked in front of the legislature, for one. There's a lot of crosswalks that need to be marked. We need to have the lights, especially the lights. We need to have accessible crosswalks, which are those what beep or chirp or that makes a sound that lets people know who's visually impaired or low vision that it's okay to cross the street. We need education for motorists to be aware of persons traversing the streets. Not all persons crossing the street can hear you when you beep. Education is another thing, and accessibility all around. Because we have a lot of areas that does not have crosswalks, and it's very dangerous. A lot of people traverse the streets. We have bus stops that's just like a pull along on the side of the road. How are persons who are, challenged, mobility challenged, or visually challenged can access the bus stops because it's not noted except for a little sign. So accessibility all around. That's the key thing, access.
And if you were to make a key change right now, what would that be?
Key change, it all comes down to access. Having visual sidewalks that people can see and those that they can hear. Sidewalks that people can actually traverse, because it has to be ADA compliant. There's a lot of areas that people walk now that it wasn't walking before that have no sidewalks.
No.
And this is along public streets.
Noted, and that just means we need to call the Commissioner of Public Works and tell him to give you a call.
Yes.
Yes, got it. Thank you, Executive Director Butte and Executive Director Peterson.
Yvonne Peterson, Executive Director for the Diddy Council from the Family and Beyond Visions. Since we deal with mostly youth and those with special healthcare needs and disabilities, I would say housing, but for transitional housing, where we have those who have special needs or disability age out, and they age out to the streets or age out homeless. I would say having more transitional housing that allows to have wraparound services that allow them to go from the age of 18 to 24, where they can get those services, so when they come out, they're ready to be productive members of the community.
Okay, thank you. And that you sort of included your key change in your statement. So again, this concludes our round of questions, and I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time out and being here today. And Ms. Peterson, I got to give you an extra thank you, because I saw you on the airport yesterday, and you made time to be here. And, God works in mysterious ways, because we did not know that Director Brigo would have not been here with us as well. So you helped us to still have a very robust, full conversation concerning the status of our disability rights here in the Virgin Islands. So thank you so much for taking the time out. And again, I thank all of you for helping to improve accessibility and advocating for the rights of individuals with disabilities here in the Virgin Islands. And we look forward to hopefully having you again. And the next time would be with, of course, Director Brigo himself and some other organizations that Ms. Peterson spoke to me about at the airport that I was unaware of. So I think that this discussion warrants a round two at some given point in time. And Executive Director Butte, I'm proud of you. I remember when I called you, you seemed kind of shy, but you hold it on. You're doing good. You did an excellent job here today. You didn't seem to want to come to the Senate, but you did, and thank you. And you did an excellent job. What I'm going to do now is give everyone a 30-second wrap-up so that you can give a quick wrap-up, or if you want to thank anyone on your staff, etc., please do so in that time. 30 seconds to 1 minute max if possible, and then we'll move forward in closing out, starting with ADA Coordinator Henley.
Good afternoon, Julian Henley, ADA Coordinator. First, I would like to thank the Senate for giving us the opportunity to share information with the public. I'm hoping that today that we probably answered questions that individuals might need or would like to have. If there's a need for questions or concerns that you might have, my number is 340-473-3523. And hopefully I can assist you with your needs. Our hope is to make this place more accessible. And in doing so, I think it would make lives for persons who live here with disabilities to live longer lives because they would be inclusive in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, ADA Coordinator Henley. Executive Director Butte, your closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Monique Butte, Executive Director for Independent Living. My closing remarks, I would like to thank my diligent staff, persons with disabilities that come out every day and help other persons with disability to live independently. And I would like to also ask the public, we are here to serve, and you can contact us at 340-777-4978 or in St. Croix, 340-778-7992, and our website, www.independentlivingvi.org. Reach out to us. There's an inquiry section there on our website that you can send us a message also. We do answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Executive Director Butte and Executive Director Peterson.
Yes, thank you, first of all, for inviting me at the last minute. I was able to come. But also, I want to thank the parents that we deal with, our leadership, and the organizations that we partner with. One thing I think is very important, that organizations such as the Independent Living, the ADA Coordinator, and Disability Rights, they're the ones that help build the advocacy training, because we want people to learn to advocate for themselves. And that's key. And so having an organization that provide advocacy training and help them to help themselves is, I think, the true way in making a system change.
Okay, and thank you so much for that. And I want to thank everyone for being here today, my colleagues, the central staff, members of the committee, our media division, my staff, and last but not least, the listening and viewing audience who are attending virtually and via airwaves of the radio. We appreciate your time and thank you for being here with us. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby adjourned.